asymmetrical look, which is a little bit more natural to trees that grow. It has more of that tapering as is required, and it will be a little bit more V-shaped towards the top to better conceal some of this equipment. The basis of the decision for the Planning Commission was based on the findings as we can see on the screen. First and foremost, a limited exemption from standards was determined to have been met. Federal compliance does limit the city's ability to deny an application based on the height or placement of the facility. And based on the provided materials by the applicant, they were able to demonstrate that the proposed facility would indeed densify their network coverage and also enhance their services, meeting that significant gap. Furthermore, the alternative sites as provided by the applicant and also some sites suggested by the city staff were considered. However, all alternative sites were found to be technically infeasible or unavailable, and all of this information was further complied and was considered by the a third-party consultant who was hired to review the application, and it was determined that this was compliant with the city's requirements. Furthermore, the wireless findings also requires that the development and operational standards are met, including all FCC compliance regulations with regards to radio frequency emissions. And again, the third-party consultant was able to confirm this compliance. And further, the conditional use permit and site and architectural review findings were also met. On July 3rd, the city received an appeal for this application. The basis for the appeal, as stated, was that the coverage maps provided on AT&T's own network demonstrated that there would be no gap in coverage. Furthermore, the appellant alleged that the consultant report was out of date as it was written in September 2023. And because of this, the applicant questioned whether the city's decision to approve the application was based in fact. Staff's response to the appeal was that the third-party consultant hired to assess the impact of reducing assess the impact of the wireless facility was met. The consultant's report evaluated the coverage gap, necessary location, and the height of the proposed tower, further supporting the Planning Commission's approval. Furthermore, a 2018 FCC ruling broadened the criteria to allow AT&T to justify the proposed facility based on network densification and service improvement. And finally, a disclaimer on the AT&T website does state that the maps provided on the website are not representative of real-world conditions and therefore not usable in the review of this application. Further public comments were received after the appeal had been filed, citing concerns over health risks, notification issues, and zoning and aesthetics. Again, to reiterate, the applicant has provided all necessary FCC compliance reports that are consistent with federal regulations. As previously stated, the city did follow all protocol on notification consistent with the city's municipal code and state law. And finally, the proposed wireless facility was determined by the Planning Commission to meet all the required design requirements as specified by city guidance. Based on the following, staff does recommend that the City Council does adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit with site and architectural review. Some alternatives on the screen as mentioned. While the staff does recommend that the City Council does deny the appeal and uphold the original approval, there is the FCC shot clock, which Community Development Director Eastwood did brush on earlier. These are federal requirements that does require the city render a decision within 150 days of the application review. If the city fails to make a decision within this 150 days, the application would be deemed granted, which would essentially be an approval. And currently the shot clock is at 142 days. For this reason, the City Council does have two alternatives. One would be to approve the appeal and deny the application if the City Council does find that the appellant's arguments and evidence regarding coverage sufficiency are compelling. And option two would be to provide an alternative resolution which would incorporate additional conditions of approval to further bolster the concealment elements while not altering the proposed height or setbacks. I can now take questions at this time, and this concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Larissa, for the presentation. So we're first going to take questions from council for staff. And then after that, we'll move to open the public hearing. Daniel, start us off.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to make an opening comment. I received, as did my colleagues, I assume, many letters from residents primarily who live in the area. And I have read every one of those letters. I just wanted to acknowledge that and respect and appreciate the comments that you provided in a number of areas. If I had to summarize the bulk of the comments that I received in the various letters and online postings and petitions, they cover three major areas. I know you addressed these a little bit, but I just feel a little further explanation. First of all, there was a great concern about health, the health and the safety of radio frequency waves. Secondly, there was concern about the height of the tower itself. A few people surfaced the question, and I also have a question regarding the structure from a safety point of view. Would the structure itself withstand the demands of a very serious storm? And probably even more significant, the eucalyptus camouflage portions that would be applied. What assurance do we have that those elements, or some of them, wouldn't blow off or cause damage during the storm, even if the tower itself, remained intact, of course? And then thirdly, and I know this was addressed briefly too, but perhaps either you or the city clerk can clarify the fact that many people indicated they did not receive notice of this particular, and I'm wondering if you would sort of reiterate what the standards are for notification, and can you verify the time at which the notices were sent? Were they to be received prior to the consideration by the Planning Commission? Those are my major questions at this point. I'll have comments later on.
Sure. Thank you, Council Member. First and foremost, to speak to the safety regulations, those are all set by at a federal level by the FCC. The applicant did provide, as part of their application, an FCC compliance report as prepared by a third party, and then also verified by the third party consultant hired by city staff, that the proposed tower with the proposed location at the heights proposed would meet all FCC requirements for emissions. Furthermore, is this tower structurally sound? Again, same question. The applicant did prepare the structural report, which would be further analyzed during the building permit review by the building official or by a third-party plan checker at that time to verify that the structure would be able to be structurally reinforced in order to meet all demands, weather, or any other potential impacts, earthquakes, etc. That would be further reviewed during the building permit process. And then finally, the standards for noticing. State law does require that cities do notify applicants before any type of public hearing. The applicants were notified prior to, and I have a slide on this which demonstrates the coverage map and the dates that these notices were sent out. So an initial courtesy notice was sent out on September 9th of 2023 to the location on this map. These are all parcels within a 300-foot radius as prepared by our administrative staff through our GIS. Additionally, a planning commission notice was sent out, mailed on July 13th ahead of on June 13th, ahead of the June 25th Planning Commission meeting, providing the 10-day allowance for residents to receive those notices and then to respond to them or to attend the public hearing. And then prior to this City Council report, the City Clerk did send out another notice on July 5th in order to the same group of residents as seen here on the screen within 300 feet to provide ample opportunity for residents to come to provide staff with an appeal or to come to a potential city council hearing to provide feedback on the application.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Does that answer all of your questions? And any other colleagues with questions? Yes, Anne.
Thank you. So in reading, I don't know why that keeps doing that. I turned it off. Mm.
And if you want to use mine.
Yeah. So some of the questions that I have been asked by some of the residents, and I've seen in some of the emails that went back and forth, is this discrepancy between the coverage gap and what residents are reading online on the ATT website compared to what the consultant report shows. And I talked to staff about it, but I think it would be helpful to understand what is perceived as the gap, so that residents understand that. That's one question.
Yeah, okay, yes.
I don't know if you want me to go with the rest of them or if
No, yeah, that would be fine. We can do one at a time. So the significant gap in coverage it's up to the applicant to demonstrate that there would be a significant gap in coverage. Federal regulation is, and further case law determines what would constitute as a federal or as a significant gap in coverage. The city's wireless facilities ordinance does specify that you have to demonstrate that there is a significant gap. However, regulation since the 2017 ordinance, considering the 2018 FCC ruling, which broadened what a significant gap in coverage is, allowed AT&T's proposal to come in and for staff to analyze it under these new case laws rather than just determining what a significant gap in coverage is based on federal requirements. The third-party consultant was able to verify the claims made by the applicant. Here, based on this 2018 FCC ruling, the applicant was able to demonstrate that the proposed facility would densify their network and enhance their services, which, based on this FCC ruling, is sufficient to demonstrate a significant gap in coverage. Furthermore, the applicant was able to provide radio frequency propagation maps as compiled by AT&T. These maps provide a real-world depiction of what the coverage is for AT&T. Furthermore, AT&T understands what their coverage needs are and was proposing this facility at this location to enhance their services. The coverage maps that are posted on the AT&T website does have a disclaimer on it that does read that these maps have a high level of approximation of the wireless coverage, and that there are gaps not shown by this approximation. So by AT&T's own admission, the maps provided on their website are not sufficient to demonstrate the real world realities of what their coverage actually is.
Well, according to most of the residents, they don't feel that there is a coverage issue and that cell service is adequate. So who's benefiting from this gap that is identified? Who benefits from that if customers are satisfied with the service that they get today?
AT&T, as a network provider, is proposing this wireless tower to improve their network. And based on this 2018 FCC ruling, they must demonstrate that this proposal would densify their network and enhance their services. And AT&T is making the claim that this proposed tower would do both of those things. And so therefore, AT&T, the proposed tower would benefit AT&T's coverage as they've demonstrated in their application materials.
And who initiates this application? Is it AT&T or is it a specific individual or business that wants this, that's going to enhance their particular service business?
In this particular location, the application was initiated by a third-party permit specialist on behalf of AT&T, with including the property owner as part of the decision making.
And does AT&T consider complaints or feedback from customers in that area to substantiate any of this, or is it based strictly on what a consultant report states?
I'm not quite sure what AT&T bases their decision making on. We do have a representative online who can speak to more of the decision making process.
Okay. And then the final question is that there's been some chatter about the consulting firm, the selection of the consulting firm and the credentials of that company. And they're not even located here. They're located, back east somewhere. And how valid is their report? And is there a certain bias towards the cell phone carrier, whether it be AT&T or another carrier, to substantiate or validate that there is a gap coverage?
The consultant was selected from a pool of qualified applicants. They themselves hold an engineering degree and provided a statement of qualifications as part of their bid for this contract. The consultant was selected by the city to be an impartial third party based on their qualifications, their availability, and the timeliness in which they could review the application. As mentioned previously, the application is under a shot clock, so timeliness was very important in the decision-making for selecting a consultant, and so this consultant was able to fulfill all the requirements that the city needed to review the application.
Thank you.
Any other questions from colleagues? Okay, I have a few. Thank you, Larissa, for your answers. Would you mind going back? I think it was the slide before this with the alternatives. Could you went over for option one, you went over coverage efficiency. Could you be a little more specific about regulatory compliance, what that means in this context, if that is referring to a specific argument that the appellants are making, or just what it's referring to?
Yeah, the city council the basis of the appeal provided was that the regulatory compliance was not met, that a significant gap in coverage was not demonstrated. And so therefore the application should not have been approved. So if the city council wants to approve that appeal, they would essentially have to be saying the same thing, that the applicant did not demonstrate that there was a sufficient coverage issue, and that this application wouldn't be subject to regulatory compliance. Both the third party consultant and our city staff and legal team has assessed the application, determined that a significant gap in coverage, since that definition has become so broad based on this 2018 FCC ruling, it would be very difficult for the city council to make that determination as part of this application. However,
I'm sorry to interrupt. The coverage deficiency, I'm totally clear on. I'm wondering if you could be specific about regulatory compliance, what that means in that alternative.
Sure. So the definition of a significant gap in coverage isn't quite defined in FCC.
I'm sorry, I'm not asking about the gap in coverage. I'm totally clear on that. I'm wondering if you could talk about the second clause, the regulatory.
The regulatory compliance is kind of a connection of the significant gap in coverage. So the regulatory compliance is what determines how a city is able to demonstrate how a significant gap in coverage is made. So they're essentially part of the same answer. It's not two really distinct findings that the city would make. It's part of one single finding.
Okay, that's really helpful. And again, sorry to interrupt, but that really helps clear it up for me. I'm wondering if you can talk about a number of the questions that I've received and that I think are valid, is the request for a 75-foot exemption. Could you just delve more into if we have it in our city ordinances that 35 feet is the limit? On its face, it seems like if someone's asking for an exemption to what's in the ordinance, that there is some amount of discretion there, and there may or may not be. I'm just wondering, could you elaborate on that and what's being asked for and what discretion do we have in that regard, if any?
Yeah, great question. So 35 foot is the required height based on the zoning district, which is neighborhood commercial. The municipal code, specifically within the wireless facilities ordinance, does allow wireless facilities to exceed certain standards. Typically, that standard that is requested to be exceeded is height, since height is essentially essential for wireless coverage. The municipal code, consistent with federal regulations, does allow the city to have discretion to allow what is known as a limited gap in coverage, a limited exemption from regulations. But they do have to prove those 2 points. As mentioned above, I can pull that up. This is codified in the municipal code and also based in federal law, that they are exempt from certain standards, which would include height, if they can prove that there is a significant gap in coverage and that all alternative sites have been deemed infeasible.
Great. Thank you so much. And then I'm just wondering, and it's this may be a little bit of a broader discussion. I'm wondering if if we have someone on staff who knows if we have any. So I'm very familiar with the shot clock federal requirements, which do really tie our hands in a lot of ways. I'm wondering if, separate from that federal requirement, the 150-day timeline, if we have any internal city policies or best practices that we try to follow in terms of our timeline with processing when we get those. Do you have any specific to Campbell internal guidelines there?
Not any that are codified or that are written down in any way. So no, we would just be following our municipal code in that essence.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll hold off. I may come back to that during comments, but any other questions? Okay, if not, I will invite the appellants and the representatives to speak, and we have 5 minutes for the appellants. Oh, and this officially opens the public hearing. So do we have the appellants?
Last question?
No, we're gonna have public comment later. Right now is for the appellants. Andrea, do we have the name of Sarah Kruger? Sarah Kruger or her representatives will have up to 5 minutes to speak. And just while you're coming up, just we'll lay out a little bit of what we'll do. So we'll have 5 minutes for the appellants. Then we'll go to public comment, and that will be 2 minutes for folks in the audience. And we do have the comment cards for those wishing to speak. I encourage you to fill out a card if you have not already and you wish to speak. So we'll open it, then we'll follow that with the public comment, and then we'll have the applicants, which in this case is AT&T or the representatives, speak for 5 minutes following that, and then another opportunity for the appellants to provide closing comments if they wish for 3 minutes. So up to 5 minutes if you wish to speak.
So hello, my name is Sarah Kruger. My household was not notified of this proposed tower, and we were not made aware of it until after the Planning Commission had approved the proposal. Per Campbell Municipal Code 21.34.090, residential is the least ideal location for the cell towers. The proposed lot is a sliver of land that is zoned neighborhood commercial, however, it's surrounded by residential. My home is a bordering parcel of the proposed tower. We have multiple bedrooms less than 50 yards away from the proposed site. 3 of these bedrooms, soon to be 4, are where my children sleep. Due to the known health risks, FCC provides the public guidelines as to a safe distance to maintain from the transmitting beam of the cell towers during a duration of exposure being under 5 minutes. The New Hampshire State Commission 5G Health and Environment Report recommends a setback of 1,640 feet. Palo Alto seems concerned with the health of their residents with a requirement of 1,500 feet, while numerous cities such as Los Altos restrict cell antennas near homes altogether. So I ask, do you feel it is reasonable to force my family to sleep and spend majority of our time less than 50 yards from this proposed cell tower? Thank you for your time and consideration.
I'm going to make a request just so that we can get through in the time that we have. We do have other items. I'm going to request that we have no applause in between the speakers, and just that we can have an orderly public comment period. So with that said, we'll open up the public comment period, and this is 2 minutes to speak. Again, if you wish to speak and you have not filled out a public comment card, I encourage you to. But I'm going to read out the first 5 speakers if you want to start lining up just to go a little smoother. So we'll start with John Carstens, then we'll have David Orvik, Satish Padmanabhan, Michael Burgess, and Shelley Barnberger.
Hi, I'm John Carstens, a resident and owner in Biscaya Complex. I believe that we did not receive any notification, and I noticed that we were not in the blue area. So we're all learning about this quite late. My concern is that we have apartments, townhouses, and single-family dwellings all within a very close radius, and I have concerns about the health risks. We've got a lot of small children and a lot of families, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Is it possible to turn up the volume on the AV system? It's really hard to hear. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're speaking, please try to speak louder. We already have our technical staff who are trying to do their best, and you can also raise the podium up higher to bring it closer to you.
Okay, ready for me?
Yeah, please.
Okay, my name is David Orvik, and my company manages the property located at 2643 South Bascom, the parcel directly adjacent to the proposed cell tower site. We were first notified of this proposed project yesterday by our neighboring HOA members. No city notice was provided to management, ownership, or any residents of our complex. In the material submitted to the Planning Commission, our lot was described as a hotel. That is incorrect. Our property is a 40-unit apartment complex, many units within feet of the proposed tower, and we do not provide short-term housing in any sense of the term. We provide affordable housing to over 100 residents, many with children. 25% of our residents have lived at our property for over a dozen years, some almost 30. Over half of our residents have been living at that property for over 5 years. Our residents stay as long as they do because of the neighborhood, the community, and the way their home is maintained and respected by their neighbors. The installation of a 75-foot cell tower jeopardizes everything our residents value at our property. All right.
Satish?
So just to add, this property is like, if that's the tower, this property is right here. That's where the first house is. My house is just past that end of the wall. We're building a 75-foot tower right here. This is where like more than 100 people are living. And so I want to go back. I want to talk a lot, but I know I have only 2 minutes. So this is the most important 2 minutes of my life. I mean it, right? The special consultant concluded that if you put a tower at 35 feet, it violates FCC regulation on radiation, not subject to radiation. FCC says that within this mushroom cloud, nobody should be living, right? If they put it at 35 feet, it goes straight through my house. So I can't live in that house anymore. I'm under the mushroom cloud. So instead of saying that this place is not an appropriate place to put a cell tower, somebody tried to figure out exemptions to it. How can we work around the system? By building that height. Now there is going to be something which is straight over my head, probably 20 feet up. I don't know. But mine is a R8 property. I'm allowed to build multiple apartments, splice it up into pieces and build. Now all that is prohibited for me just because somebody built a cell tower. If I come to the city and ask permission to put a second story, you're going to say, no, you're going to be violating this mushroom cloud, right? So my question is that the 75-foot tower that's getting approved, it's getting approved for tower, 65-foot antenna, and future to put 53 and 41 feet antennas. So if you put 35 is no good, right? They themselves concluded, the special consultant. So if you put antenna at 41 feet, that's 6 feet difference, that's this high. Are we going to be trusting a simulation that the consultant did on this is what's most harmful? It's harmful here, it's not harmful here? How am I supposed to live under this? This is where my daughter's room is. It's under this purple, right? She's right under this purple. Just imagine if your grandchild, your children, your family is living in that house. How can we live there? We're basically getting forced out, right? So the city itself says that your most preferred areas are industrial, general commercial. This is not a commercial neighborhood. This is a residential neighborhood with a pizza slice which says that it's a commercial neighborhood, right? So I have a question.
I'm sorry, Satish, you're at the end of your time.
Okay, but I object to
I'm so
finding
sorry.
5 and 6. I just want to say what I'm objecting to. I'm objecting to
Okay,
the.
we have to go to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to read off the next 5 cards. Again, we have Michael Burgess, Shelley Barnberger. Then after that, we have David Wong. And I'm sorry if I get this wrong, Sylvie Victor Moisier and Sylvie Codivar.
Hello, council members. My name is Michael Burgess, and I'm the owner of 864 Briarwood Way, which borders 2633 South Bascom. My wife and I are opposed to this proposed project. If approved, I believe that this tower will detract from Campbell Village's natural beauty and landscape. And then I also believe, similar to all wireless towers, that eucalyptus trees are not indigenous to California. They're also an invasive species. So I'd like to not have this in my neighborhood. Additionally, we have 3 children under the age of 8, and my wife is pregnant with our 4th child. So I ask you, am I supposed to have them live under that mushroom cloud as well? There are numerous reports that highlight the potential harmful effects of wireless towers to children and adults, and I do not think this proposal aligns with the future we seek for our community, and I'm opposed to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley Barnberger.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Would you mind if I address the audience really quickly? The council. If everyone who lives in the Vizcaya community behind me can raise their hand, I want to thank all of you for coming here today. I bought my house in the Vizcaya community, which is very close to the tower, in 2020 during the pandemic. It took me about 1.5 years to look for a house. I looked all over the Los Gatos and Campbell area, and in my top criteria was whether or not my house was near a cell tower. I drove around the area. The closest tower to me was on McClincy, which is in the industrial area of Campbell. And I also noticed this antenna on the top of the communication business at 2633. And I called the business before signing the offer and asked them about their antennas, what they sell, if that could pose any harm to me and my family. I told them about my concerns about cell towers. They said, I have nothing to worry about. This is the exact property where the cell tower is going to be built. This was in 2020. I think it was May or June of 2020. So, you know, clearly I'm concerned about many things, most importantly, the health risks and implications. I do not want to be a guinea pig in this experiment. I have a 10-year-old daughter. I don't want to worry about her health. And I feel like if this tower is built there, I will have to consider moving. I bought my house when the interest rates were low. I cannot afford to buy the same house again. And I don't want to be forced out of it because of this tower, but I am going to have to consider that if it's built. And the other thing I wanted to request is I realized there's this 142-day whatever trigger, but I wanted to request that this item, if you guys do not oppose the building of the cell tower, at least adjourn this item and give us some time, because I was not informed about this. I don't think anyone here was informed about it. So if you give us more time, we can evaluate the information and voice our objections at a later date. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Wong, and I'm a retired networking engineer. And if you Google my name, David Wong and IEEE, and you will find I am a contributing member of the IEEE AO2.3. And what does committee do is we establish communication and networking standard. Now, here's the thing, okay? Microwave oven, everybody know microwave oven, you cook stuff. A microwave oven is actually using RF. It's 2.46 gigahertz RF, okay? And our cell phone run 100 kilohertz to 6 gigahertz. Now, the issue is this, okay? In theory, you can actually cook your egg with your cell phone. And actually, somebody did that on YouTube 12 years ago, okay? In UK, they cooked an egg in 6.5 minutes with about 15 cell phones. Now, those cell phones are 2-watt GSM cell phone. Our phone right now is about 1/4 watt, okay? So to cook our brain, you will need about 200 cell phones wrapped around your head. So obviously, that's not gonna happen, okay? But however, the cell tower is different. Cell tower power is typically 5 watt and up for one antenna. We are talking about 3 antennas here, okay? And they might add on more. So how are we? So basically, we are living in a low power microwave oven, and depends on the distance. Now, I have sent everybody a PDF file on all the studies, okay? There's a study that concluded 9 different reports on EMF over power line. What they found is children live under the power line have a 200% higher probability of getting leukemia. And this is no joke. Do you want me to continue to talk about it?
I'm sorry, you're at the end of your time.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'll read off the next 5 speakers. We have Sylvie Moiseyer, Sylvie Kodevar, and then after that we have William Kaufman, Joshua Wren, and Michael Weiss.
Okay. Anybody have any question
I'm
about
sorry.
technical detail? I'm the
All right.
man you talk to.
Thank you.
Before I start, I have some trouble. I lost my voice, so please. Okay, so I'll start where David left. I mean, it's a different one. I'm gonna quote the FCC safety document, and it's saying, it has been known for many years that exposure to very high level of RF radiation can be harmful due to ability to RF energy to heat biological tissue rapidly. This is a principle by which microwave oven cook food. That's what FCC states. Later on, they say that it's kind of not harmful, but their documents are from 30 years, like they're very old, from 1992, from 1996. Some of them obsolete. For this reason, there was a joint lawsuit won against the FCC in 2020 in the Environmental Health Trust and the Children's Health Defense. I forward this link to the committee. Because of FCC failure to protect human health by dismissing scientific data of harm from wireless radiation. The minimum distance from the tower is supposed to be 500 meters, not 50, not 100. My house is 60 meters away. So I used to work for mobile company. I was taking measurements. I was collecting data throughput. And after 4 years, I got cancer. My coworker got cancer. So if you need to continue, I can continue, but I worked all my life for this home, paying mortgage and everything. Now this decision literally forces me out of my house. Plus I won't be able even to sell it for the same price because the property value will go down. Well, and this is, I searched some links. Turns out that in Palo Alto, homes dropped 20% down. So this is not a joke. We were living in a quiet neighborhood. We want to continue to live in a quiet neighborhood, in a quiet and safe neighborhood. And by the way, for environment, this RF is considered environmental pollution. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sylvie Kadivar. I'm an electrical engineer. I have a PhD in electrical engineering. And I work in the Silicon Valley in the field of high tech. I discovered, like many neighbors, I can at least say about 100 that we petitioned, at least reached out to them and spoke to them, that we did not get notified. Out of 100 people that we asked, 3 got the second card, which I understand that you had been submitting it. Within our neighborhood, and we talked about the distance, within the neighborhood, between the cell tower and Vizcaya, you have about 94 homes with elderly, with people of all ages, newborn babies. In fact, Seema recently moved in April, and one of the reasons why he moved to Vizcaya was to go away from towers. And now he has this nightmare of asking himself, I just bought an expensive home with a high interest rate, and I'm going to be less than 100 meters from the house. Let's take a bigger picture. 400 meters. We talked about some of the distances of how far a cell tower is and the implication. If you take a look at this, and through the help of Marina, we just took a circle from this point of this tower, 400-meter radius. In this 400-meter radius, you have 2 senior living locations. You have a preschool, you have hundreds of families, if not thousands of families, both in Campbell and San Jose, including the apartment where, let me just show you, the door that's closest to that location is right here. Ask yourself, there are children living in these apartments. 24/7, we're going to get this radiation. We're going to get noise pollution. In the name of what? In the name of technology? In the name of services? No, technology is here to serve humanity and not the reverse. Thank you very much.
Again, I'm going to ask for no applause. Thank you, so we can keep things moving. But I'm going to name off the next 5 speakers. We have William Kaufman,
Yes.
Joshua Wren, Michael Weiss, and then we have Soren Brandt and Rob Godar after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and City Council. My name is Bill Kaufman. I'm a resident at 866 Briarwood Way. I'm also a former City of Campbell Civic Improvement Commissioner and was a chairman for several years ago. And although my wife and I are lawyers, we enjoy a great relationship with our community and the City of Campbell at large. The last thing we want to do is start issuing public records requests, government code claims, file a lawsuit and seek an injunction. But as you can see, we have a full house. That is exactly where this is headed if this proposal is approved. Okay, it's an outrage that the city would even consider this location. But I have great respect for Mr. Eastwood, for the commission, and my hope, I have to believe it's due to a lack of awareness of the actual location, nature, and proximity of the residential neighborhood. It is highly concerning, though, in the paperwork that the Planning Commission considered and that's been offered to City Council, is that there's very little, if any, mention of the adjacent neighborhood. No mention of Campbell Village that I'm aware of. No mention of Briarwood Way that I'm aware of. And I can see the headline now. City approves of monster cell phone tower next to formerly desirable and beautiful neighborhood in the city. Will be the laughingstock, okay? This location was described as behind commercial buildings and in relation to a private alleyway and one residence. So I invite City Council, as I did in my objection today, to stand in my front yard at my mailbox and get an actual vantage point of the location of this tower. Okay, the general plan cannot be to place a cell phone tower that needs an exception to arguably the nicest and most valuable residential neighborhood and street in the city. The solution to improving the city cannot be to double down on an eyesore and create exceptions to zoning regulations. So I ask that City Council be prudent and take my offer of having a site inspection at this neighborhood into consideration. Thank you.
Do I just talk and then turn screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hi, I'm Josh. I live right next to Satish. When I go into my backyard or just look outside my window, I have a straight line, or straight view to this proposed tower. And I don't like that. And it's undeniable, and the neighbors around me, all of them have families. And it's undeniable that all of them are facing anxiety of some sort over this tower. If this tower is built, their anxiety is going to go through the roof. And I don't think that's good for them. I don't think that's healthy for them, and I don't think that's healthy for their kids. I don't want them to be stressed. I don't want them to have another thing to worry about. So I'm adamantly against this tower. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Weiss.
Hello, Council. I live on Briarwood Way, evidently just outside of 300 feet radius to receive notice because I too did not receive any information. I, my wife, my 2-year-old, and with one on the way, we are concerned about them putting up the big cell tower, but I want to focus more on the exemption criteria, particularly the all alternative sites are not suitable. Why is this a suitable site in the first place? It doesn't really feel that way to me. I can see the tower from my front yard, from many of the rooms in my home, and as you can see, a lot of my neighbors can too. So it doesn't really feel like this is the suitable site for which we're judging whether others are not suitable. Perhaps there is another site elsewhere where they can remediate their cell coverage, because as we've said, AT&T advertises that the coverage is just great. And my wife also has AT&T cell service and it seems fine. So I really don't kind of agree with the exemption or how we've decided whether they've really been met. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. And I'll read off the next few comment cards. We have Soren Brand, Rob Godar, and then we have Michael Nixon. And again, if you wish to speak and you haven't, encourage you to fill out a card and give it to our clerk up here. Thank you.
Dear Council, good evening. Thanks so much for having us. My name is Soren Brandt. I'm a fellow resident at the Vizcaya neighborhood. And like Seema, my wife and I moved this April into the neighborhood in part because of its tranquility and because of its proximity to other residential areas and a grocery store. We oppose the construction of the cell phone tower, and like David explained, and my wife and I are both physicists as well, the radiation of this tower in close proximity to so many residents is a problem. And it's all about range, both for AT&T, who wants to improve their service, as well as for the residents who want to be far enough away from these towers to prevent any health effects. And what worries me about this in particular is that AT&T is very comfortable arguing that they need to place this tower in the middle of a residential neighborhood where it can cause harm to many children and many local residents, elderly and the like. But whenever we point to your service map doesn't look like it needs improvement, or the service we're getting with AT&T doesn't look like it needs to get any improvement, the excuse is to articulate that or to argue that, well, our map isn't that accurate, right? Like the evidence that we're providing to our customers is not that accurate. So we're supposed to take their word when they say we need improvement to our cell phone service and you just need to suck it up and need to be close and in potentially harmful effects of our towers. So I urge you to oppose the approval of this exemption. I disapprove, like many people here, of the construction of the cell phone tower so close to residential, many residential neighborhoods. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Rob Godar.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Rob Godar, and I'm a local real estate professional. And I'd just like to read something that I pulled up today from the National Business Post. It says, cell phone towers bring extra tax revenue and better reception to a section of the city, but many are skeptical because of the potential health risks and the impact on property values. An increasing number of people don't want to live near cell towers, and in most areas, new cell towers, property values have decreased by up to 20%. Now I didn't have much time to prepare, but I read probably 4 articles that all reflect the same thing. I don't have a study saying that it's 20% decrease. I can tell you though, as being a professional and serving my buyer clients, if I have 10 buyer clients, 9 of them won't even go look at the property. And so you're effectively, the cell towers and power towers effectively eliminate the majority of potential buyers. And real estate's a supply and demand. Just to give you that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Nixon.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for the time. I only have a couple of things to say. It'll be rather short. First of all, for the life of me, my wife and I, when we decided to move into this community, we'll say over 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it was an alternative to Los Gatos. It was an alternative to Los Altos. There was something about the vibe at Campbell that was going to be the next big thing. And I think the council has done a good job on a number of projects within the city, and you should be commended. However, on a few things, for the life of us, we just don't understand why you don't step up to the expectations of a community that sees you as an alternative to Los Gatos and Los Altos. According to what was communicated in terms of the survey study, Los Gatos would not approve such a proposal. So why would Campbell not approve such a proposal and live up to the stature of Campbell. All right, I do see some failings of the city council in areas of things like litter, graffiti, of which we don't maintain, that just takes away that little extra bit that makes Campbell a special place. So that's point number one. You were clearly duped on what the community, surrounding community was involved in this placement, because the Vizcaya community, which I'm proud to be part of and proud to see my fellow homeowners here representing, are nowhere on that coverage map, and it should be. So that's second of what will now be third point. All right, the third point is Vizcaya, if you don't know who we are, we're less than, I'm pretty sure, a half quarter mile of very high tax generating homes. And we're ready and passionate to exert our influence. So we propose that you do not approve this cell tower proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak? We have some people online. Our city clerk's going to read those names. Thank you.
David Bukowski, would you like to speak?
Hello, I'm the third-party RF expert that's been retained to address questions. I believe that I will speak during the applicant's time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Eric Lentz, if you're online, would you like to speak? I don't see him. There's a phone number. I just wanted to check and make sure that wasn't. If there's anybody online, would you please raise your hand if you'd like to speak? Nobody.
Okay, not seeing anyone else online. Did we have others in the room who wish to speak?
Do you want my card? Oh. I'm not ready yet. Okay. Okay, I'm Maggie Ostrowski, live at 786 Cambrian Drive, just a property away. And I just want to call out, as far as locations of wireless communications facilities, 2134009, it does specify that the applicant shall provide an additional alternative site analysis at a minimum, including a meaningful comparative analysis of all alternative sites in the more preferred locations that the applicant considered, and states that underlying factual basis for concluding and demonstrates to the satisfaction of the decision-making body that and you can continue to read the rest. In the staff report at the Planning Commission and in the City Council, I didn't see any explanation that meets that particular municipal code for that exemption. That's the first point I want to make. The second point I want to make is that the property owner of this facility, which owns Communications Control Inc., I'll just use this, that's this little property here, and the rest of the property is this little sliver surrounded by homes on all these slides, right? So while this might be neighborhood commercial as far as zoning, this is surrounded by all of these neighbors that you just heard speak. And I don't know why she didn't just think about putting the tower on her own property, closer to the front, further away from the residents for one thing. But I will say that, you know, she has a substantial vested interest in this project because she will collect the revenue, while the rest of the community here has all the concerns that you have heard today. So I can't comment on the, I know you can't make a decision based on the radio frequency emission, but the last point I want to make is that the consultant that was hired did not provide adequate detail as to the fact that the project does comply with FCC zoning, and therefore that conclusion cannot, FCC regulation, that conclusion cannot be drawn. It's kind of like if I told you to go out in the sun and give you some sunblock, but didn't tell you what number of protection I was giving you. That's the information that's lacking in the report. And I won't go into technical details because it's too complicated, but I do have an engineering
I'm sorry,
degree.
you're at the end of your time.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in the room wishing to speak? Okay, with that, I'll close the public comment period and then, not yet. I know, I was gonna go to that. Okay, sorry.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, we'll instead, okay, as part of the public
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you. We'll go to the applicants and the representatives to speak, and yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Eric Lance. I submitted this application on behalf of AT&T, and with me also is David Wachowski. He is an expert in the RF report and can address any questions related to that. And also we have Enrico Cornejo from AT&T. He's the AT&T's RF engineer, and he can help explain the coverage objectives, the need for AT&T, and sort of why this particular application was chosen. I don't need to delve too much into any response, unless there's a specific question for me. I just want to add to the staff report that this is an AT&T tower. AT&T has a contract, the FirstNet nationwide first responder contracts. This AT&T tower also serves as a emergency response communication tower, which the county of Santa Clara is a subscriber to. So that's in the case of a disaster that first responders have their own dedicated network, and this is nationwide. So I'd like to add that as well. But if, there were a lot of comments and a lot of questions, so rather than just getting into that on this sort of 5-minute comment period, I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Are we going to hear from the consultant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. My name is David Witkowski. I am the CEO of Oku Solutions. We are an RF engineering consulting firm. By way of my background and applicability to this project, I serve on the IEEE International Committee for Electromagnetic Safety, which produces the C95 standard that is used by countries around the world, including the Federal Communications Commission, to produce safety standards. So I have a deep understanding of where the standards come from and how they are implemented at the regulatory level. We have reviewed both the report from EBI Consulting, the electromagnetic engineering report by Van Estevan, dated 15 December 2022, signed by professional engineer Michael McGuire on 16 December 2022. We find no reason to question the results of this report. The ground level for public exposure is 7.27 of the public limit as set by the FCC's OET 65. Levels on adjacent roof max out at 25, about 24.9% of the public limit. And so we find no reason for concern or issues with the report. I do want to note that when the electromagnetic engineering reports are done by the professional engineering firm, these are worst case scenarios. In other words, they presume that all antennas are transmitting at full power. They presume that all surfaces are purely reflective, meaning that there are no losses. That in practice is not the case. So when you do a site and you predict a level of, say, for example, 7.27%, in practice, that site will measure out, if you were to go out with calibrated equipment, somewhere in the 1% to 2% range, and possibly even lower than that. I find no issues with this site, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that's from the applicants and the representatives. We will next have one final opportunity for the appellant. I give it Sarah Kruger, if you'd like to speak, and you have up to 3 minutes if so. No, I see shaking head no. So with that, we'll close the public comment, the public hearing, and we'll go to council discussion.
Can I speak on behalf of Sarah?
No, I'm sorry. We have closed the public comment period. We did ask multiple times if there was anyone else in the room wishing to speak. Yeah, we'll go to my colleague, Dan. Yeah, let's, yeah. Yeah, let's, we're gonna take a break of a couple minutes and then we'll come back.
Unfortunately, these very last part of this hearing, batteries expired.
It's terrible.
I always carry.
Is there something I can help?
Can I? Car.
Do you want me to go get them for you? Or?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go into my car. There's a little thing in the middle. Open it up. Then there's a little box right on the very back. In there, there's a little round thing with these brown covered here. I mean, hearing aid batteries.
Okay, let me see if I can find it for you. You parked right up here.
Right. I'm in
Okay.
one of the
Yeah.
Celtics.
Yeah.
Should
probably
mention
that.
Patience. What I'm actually going to do is reopen the public hearing and allow the appellant her time to speak. And my understanding is she has a representative who is wishing to speak. So we allow that for 3 minutes. And just to be clear, this is the appellant's time. This is our final period, so we will not be opening up the full public comment period. But so thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
please
First of all,
identify yourself.
I appreciate all your time. I know that this is life or death for us, but it's part of normal business for you. It's never too late to do the right thing, right? It's 142 days, yes, but still it's time to do the right thing, right? I want to ask a question which I learned after your explanation. The applicant for this included the person who owned that property where the AT&T tower is going to be constructed. Is that right? Is that right? Okay. So if my understanding is that correct, and when they found that this place, we cannot put a 35-foot tower because it's going to violate the FCC's regulations, then they try to innovate, try to find other solutions because the property owner is part of this application. When they say in this language that other sites were evaluated, AT&T evaluated other sites, the alternate sites which were reviewed were not feasible. Which alternate sites? There is no details of which alternate sites are there. Because of unavailability due to refusal of the landlord to provide a long-term lease to Crown Castle and AT&T. That's something that we can negotiate. I want to be part of the solution to this problem. I love AT&T. I have AT&T. I'm not trying to say let's not build cell towers. Let's build it somewhere where there isn't a mushroom cloud hanging over the residents, right? So I want to know what innovations were tried, instead of trying to say, let's go from 35 to 75 feet, what similar things were approached in the other sites which were problematic? We have no idea. So there is a definite conflict of interest here where the applicant for this location was part of this AT&T application. If AT&T had applied and said that, okay, we want to improve Campbell's location, let me show you one. If you look at this is the Campbell city map, this city tower benefits 75% more. The current proposed one. 75% is more for San Jose City than Campbell residents. As Campbell City's council, don't we want to put our tower somewhere here where all these commons and apartments which are there, which currently don't ask for AT&T. AT&T is saying that these people here cannot get AT&T services inside their home. People here can. So why are we putting a cell tower here instead of putting it here where they will be able to see everybody from Campbell City is getting the benefit. And the flag end of this will come and give us benefit. When we have to put a cell tower to benefit Campbell, why are we putting it on the border of San Jose? We should be putting it in the center of Campbell so that we benefit Campbell the most, right? So I question what is the motivation, what is the conflict of interest in trying to push through somehow that this is the location in which we have to build it. And let's try all kinds of, go from 35 to 75 to 150, 200. I don't think it was done with the proper, unbiased, opinion on what's best for Campbell. This was done as what is best for the people who are applicants for this. And AT&T needs to have a cell tower. I know that from the FCC's Regulation Act that, we can't prohibit them, but we can regulate where we put it so that we don't harm our own citizens, right? Whether it's San Jose citizens or Campbell citizens, it doesn't matter. Please, I respect you. It's never too late to do the right thing. Let's this not happen under your watch. Thank you.
So we'll now close the public hearing, and now we'll go to discussion for the council. So I'll go to my colleagues, and I believe if any of my colleagues have questions that have come up, that we're also able to ask them. So I'll just, Dan, you want to start us off?
So while the Federal Communications Commission claims jurisdiction federally of their ability to approve a height of 75 feet, and while they also claim jurisdiction to regulate health issues, it is nevertheless the City Council's responsibility to approve the conditional use permit. And in order to approve the conditional use permit, the city ordinances require positive finding of 6 elements. I find that the 6th element does not meet the criteria for approval. The 6th numbered criteria says the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use at the location proposed will not be detrimental to the comfort, health, morals, peace, safety, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood. I think we've demonstrated tonight that, in fact, that is not the case. That, in fact, this particular tower will affect the comfort, peace, safety, and general welfare of the patients, pardon me, of the residents who both reside as well as work in the area. So I will vote to approve the appellant and deny the placement of this tower. Quite frankly, there are other more industrial locations where AT&T can explore and find suitable space, perhaps, to place their tower elsewhere. Those are my comments.
Thank you. And we'll just keep going down this way, Elliot.
Yeah, I would just like to echo my fellow councilman's comments right now. I mean, it's interesting. You guys felt a little alarmed, like, oh, I just found out about this. And it's funny that, like, I, in the way, feel the same way. It was a lot to digest in a very little time. I read the staff report thoroughly. I read every single one of the residents' comments. And that's the thing that, for me, like, I tilt in the, I mean, we're here to represent the residents ultimately. So I see a full room of people. Like I said, I read every comment, and now I'm hearing more comments here in the chambers. And so I'm with Council Member Furtado and full agreement in that direction for now. So thank you for all coming out.
Thank you very much, Ann.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everyone that came to the meeting tonight, and also somebody doesn't want me to talk. Also those that were not able to attend and submitted their comments via email. It's an interesting dilemma in that the city doesn't have a lot of discretion in the city. Hello? I don't think it's working.
That's AT&T.
It doesn't have a lot of discretion in this matter based on FCC regulations, but we also have to listen to the concerns of our residents, hear their concerns, and act accordingly, and consider the negative impact this could have on their quality of life in making a decision. And I go back to the Campbell Municipal Code section that speaks to this, that kind of sets the guidelines. It says the applicant always bears the burden to demonstrate why an exemption should be granted. An applicant may request an exemption from one or more requirements of this chapter on the basis that a permit denial would effectively prohibit personal wireless services in the city. Well, I don't see that happening. There isn't a detrimental effect on the personal wireless service that you are all receiving today. And for the city to approve such an exemption, the applicant must demonstrate with clear and convincing evidence all of the following. A significant gap in the applicant's service coverage exists, which is debatable in my view. I haven't seen that demonstrated specifically. And all alternative sites identified in the application review process are either technically infeasible or not potentially available. And that's the part that I am struggling with the most, because I don't see that there was alternate locations suggested or explored. It was just this particular location, and this is where it's going to be. So I do think that there are quality of life issues that are involved here that impact the residents, the proximity to those residents that are there, and the concerns about property values could be affected, as well as future development of that potential site or that corner, and a placement of a cell phone tower there could prohibit something that might benefit the city in the long run. So I'm going to uphold the appeal.
Yeah, you can keep it on. I also actually want to start by thanking our staff. I know it's a tough job to make it digestible, answer all the questions, so we appreciate you doing that in a professional manner. And also just want to thank everyone who came out to speak, who called. I tried to take every call, that I could to visit, and certainly read every email and letter. Um, I'll make it short. I'm not going to repeat everything that was said. I'm in agreement with my colleagues for the reasons that have been stated, and because of my concerns with what we have as our own ordinances. I'm very familiar with this subject matter. Years ago, before my time on council, having worked with a telecommunications company when some of the shot clock regulations begin to be rolled out. And so I understand the complexities on different sides. I understand that the county and sometimes the city through partnerships relies on these services for emergency sites. But as others have said, I believe that there would be better locations that other places where coverage is more needed for all the reasons that have been said. The other thing that I will just suggest is something to explore, and it may not be something that is feasible this year, but I'd like staff, again, having been through the complexities in larger cities on both sides. I'd like us to think about internal guidelines and best practices for what we do when we get a shot clock application that would help us deal with it on a timeline that best meets the needs of our community and gives us all the options that we have available. It's always a challenge, and I started with thanking staff because they're always trying to do their best with the many competing demands, and we see all the work that they do, the outreach. But I just think we'll put ourselves in the best position if we maybe give some thought beyond what the federal guidelines require of the 150 days, set up our own procedures that will help everyone get the kind of timely notification. So it's just something I'd like us to explore in maybe in a future work plan, just to put a pin in that. But with that said, just in short, I would vote to uphold the appeal and deny the application. And with that, I think we're ready for a roll call. Andrea. Oh, I'm sorry. We need a motion before we do. Getting ahead of myself.
I'll move that the city council approve an appeal and deny the planning commission's approval of the conditional use permit. Well, let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll just read the title of it. Is that okay? With site, deny the planning commission's approval of a conditional use permit with site and architectural review, PLN 2023-1, to allow the construction of a 75-foot wireless activity tower designed to resemble a eucalyptus tree on property located at 2633 South Bascom Avenue. The project involves seeking a specific exception to existing zoning regulations if the proposed tower exceeds the property's standard allowable height limit 35 feet in the NC neighborhood commercial zoning district.
And if I can interject, that would be approving the alternative resolution presented in your packet.
Yes, which is what I just read.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Andrea, can we have the roll?
Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Furtado.
Aye.
Councilmember Scuzola.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Aye. And with that, the motion passes and the appeal is upheld. The application is denied. Thank you. So with that, I turn the gavel back over. Mary Landry.
Oh.
Running around?
Right.
Can you please, if you're gonna be talking, head out. We gotta keep our council meeting going. Thank you guys for coming, but we need to keep moving forward.
Why are we even filming?
If you are speaking to each other, please leave the room.
Well, I know what one of my priorities next. Next priority session. February, I got a priority.
Can't hear you guys
On
the video.
We couldn't hear our guys.
I know. First off, the whole first 5 minutes, that's why I was trying to like.
You couldn't hear through the
There was no
speaker system.
sound on mine. There was no sound. I was on YouTube and.
That's terrible.
That's when Brian told me to turn my.
We need to have record.
Can you guys shut the doors? Can someone shut the door, please?
Brian.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the meeting back to order. We're on item number 9, which is the public hearing to consider the request of the Pellet Group Incorporated to allow the construction of a 108-unit housing development project, inclusive of 18 detached single-family homes and 90 townhouse-style condominium units across 12 buildings with associated site improvements, including an 8-foot wall, creation of 30 residential lots, 12 common lots, and related and private easements, and the use of the density bonus law waivers and a concession from the zoning code and multifamily development design standards on properties located at 251 Llewellyn Avenue. The application is under consideration, includes a major housing development project permit and tentative vesting subdivision map with use of density bonus law submitted under SB 330 pre-application filed in compliance with Government Code 25941.1, and the file number for this project is PLN 2023-164. Any council members have any disclosures they'd like to make?
I will recuse myself from participation in voting on this particular issue as my house is within 500 feet of the proposed development.
Does anybody have any other disclosures? If you've talked to anybody?
Yeah, I did have a telephone conversation with the applicant representative.
I did receive some emails from Jim. They were briefly responded, but I didn't talk to him directly.
Oh. I guess I would say the same then.
You got emails?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Hi, Daniel. Ready now?
I am.
All right, go for it.
Good evening. Before you is an application for a major housing development project permit, a tentative subdivision map, and use of density bonus law for property located at 251 Llewellyn Avenue. So this is the site of the Pacific Clinics, formerly known as Uplift Family Services, their campus, which is a 5.5-acre property located at the northwest corner of Llewellyn and Latimer Avenues. The site is zoned medium density residential with a corresponding medium density residential general plan designation that allows residential development between 18 and 25 units per gross acre. The project before you has several components. The primary entitlement request is the major housing development project permit, and that would allow for creation of 108 housing units, inclusive of 18 detached single-family homes and 90 townhome-style condominium units. A component of that would also be a density bonus request that includes 22 waivers from various development standards of the city's zoning code and residential design standards. 1 concession from the city's tree permit or protection requirement standards, as well as use of the reduced parking afforded to density bonus projects. And then a tentative subdivision map would allow for creation of 18 fee simple lots for the detached units, as well as 20 residential lots that would accommodate 90 condo air parcels for the townhome style condominiums, as well as 12 common lots for the development to support common improvements such as the common streets, walkways, and the common park. Here we have the site layout. You have a primary access from Llewellyn at the north. That's a truncated thoroughfare style roadway that leads to a network of alleys that are shown in gray. There's also vehicle access that would be taken from Latimer. In addition to the vehicle alignment of the project, there is also a network of pedestrian walkways that are shown in yellow that connects to the public streets and connects throughout the project, connecting to the main entries of the units, ultimately connecting to the common park that's shown on the left-hand side of the site plan. And that is a park that would be private to the community, as shown on both site plans. The application also does include a phasing plan due to Pacific Clinic's need to maintain use of a youth stabilization facility until it can be relocated elsewhere in the county. So phase one would be predominantly most of the sites shown here. That would be about 4.5 acres, 88 units, and that would include 13 of the below market rate affordable units. Phase two would be the remaining 20 units shown here at the northwest corner of the site, and that would include 3 BMR units. The applicant indicates that phase two would begin about 1.5 years after phase one. In terms of design, the single-family homes here are shown as three stories, 38 feet in height, with concrete tile roofing, siding, stucco, and stone cladding materials. The townhomes are similar in design, but taller, 42 feet, and these would range between 6 and 9 units long, with a length of 106 to 147 feet. Pursuant to the city's inclusionary housing requirements, 15% of the 108 units must be provided as affordable below market rates. That rounds up to 16 units, specifically 7 low-income units and 9 moderate income units, broken down by type. That is 14 townhome units, inclusive of 6 low-income and 8 moderate, as well as 2 detached single-family, 1 low and 1 moderate each. By conformance with the city's inclusionary requirements, the project by default also qualifies for a density bonus, since the 4 moderate units and the 7 low units equal 10% of the target units. That would afford the project a 5% density bonus, which the application is not exercising. However, under state density bonus law, the project is afforded unlimited waivers. Those basically deviations from development standards that preclude the project from being constructed as proposed. It would also be allowed 1 concession, which, as I noted, is relief from the city's tree protection standards, as well as use of reduced parking standards, as indicated in the table at the bottom left, that supersedes the otherwise applicable standards identified by the city's zoning code. Additionally, the applicant's noise study did require installation of a new sound wall, a 8-foot sound wall along a little gap of the project side along the expressway to the west. Due to the height of this wall, it does constitute a fence exception. As discussing your staff report in further detail, there are various review considerations at play here. Largely as a housing development project, the council's review is limited by the Housing Accountability Act and the Housing Crisis Act. That generally requires consistency with objective standards and general plan as the basis of your decision, except where a density bonus waiver or concession is requested. In terms of those objective standards, the application is compliant with the city's multifamily development and design standards, again, except where a density bonus waiver has been requested. And the project is also consistent with the general plan with a resulting density of 19.42 units per gross acre, which is within the allowable range of 18 to 25, which is also consistent with housing element policy H1 1.5, which requires that such projects meet 75% of the maximum density. In terms of CEQA review, this application was reviewed under a section 15183 checklist analysis. This is the type of streamlined CEQA review that's afforded to projects that are consistent with the general plan. It generally limits the review of the project to impacts that are specific to the project that were not otherwise covered by the EIR that was certified as part of last year's general plan. And based on the analysis that was prepared by a consultant hired by the city but paid for by the applicant, the application is eligible for this exemption and therefore may be found exempt without preparation of a mitigated negative declaration. After review of the application materials, the Planning Commission is recommending that, based on the affirmative determination of the required findings for approval, that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the major housing development project permit and tentative subdivision map to allow a 108 housing development unit, 108 unit housing development project. And with that, I'll take any questions the council may have.
All right, this is time for council questions. Elliot? Okay. Questions?
I
have a couple questions regarding traffic and parking, which was, we received some emails to those specific areas. The first one is on the parking on Llewellyn. Right now, there's on the west side of the street, it's limited parking. I think 2 or 3 hour parking. Will that be removed as part of the project?
I'm looking at public works staff and they are nodding yes.
So there won't be a parking restriction on the west side of Llewellyn up to Latimer. Okay. The second question is, right now there's also a stop signs at Queens Court and Kings Court. Will those stop signs remain?
Yes.
Okay. Yes? Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else have questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to open the public hearing. First, we're going to hear from the applicant, and we have James Sullivan here to speak. After James speaks, we're going to have public comments, and right now I have 3 speaker cards. If anybody else wishes to speak, please fill out a speaker card and bring it up here to Andrea. Right now I only have 3. Hi, Jim. What?
People that applied online. In addition, Justin.
And we do have online speakers. Yes, we have online speakers. Sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Some of you remember me from way back, I think about 3.5 years ago or so. And this site, we wanted to develop. I'm representing Pulte Homes, by the way. We became part of the housing element along with the MFDDS, the EIR, the general plan, and the rezoning. I want to commend staff, particularly Daniel and Rob, working with them. This is generally the same plan that you saw 3 years ago, but I think that it has been refined and it has been improved, mainly due to the MFDDS, the standards that were put forth by the city. A couple of things really quickly. This site is 28% of it is in landscaped, which is a lot higher than what is typically required. There are some trees. One of the speakers at the Planning Commission had mentioned there's some great trees on the site, and we are using our concession to kind of handle the tree preservation ordinance. But I want to point out, of the 56 protected trees on site, they're being replaced with 232 trees, 3 60-inch box trees, 12 36-inch box trees, and 192 24-inch box trees. With that, I'm going to go ahead and let the speakers come up, if it's all right, Madam Mayor, and then kind of come back to you at the end to address anybody's comment. But really quickly, just Councilmember Bybee had brought up the stop signs. And in our traffic report or study that we had done, the stop sign is going to I'm not sure if it's Queens Court or Kings Court, the one that's the farthest north, is going to move back so it aligns better for a more safe environment. So with that, unless the council has questions of me right now, I'll wait until the end.
And after the public speakers, you do have 3 minutes afterwards.
Terrific.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
We have more cards. I'm going to read the first 3 if you can line up. First will be Steve Hahn, then Catherine Young, and then Alan Ishibashi. So is Steve?
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Steve Hahn. I've been living in Cherry Blossom Lane, which is right at the north side border of the upcoming new condo by Pulte. I live in one of the most close by houses. I missed previous June meeting due to my trip out of the country. I was not notified with enough time ahead. I encountered my neighbor Peter a few days ago. He said, "Hey Steve, did you know that they plan to build a parking lot alongside our fence line?" "What parking lot?" I said. "Don't we have a long red line marked as fire lane over there?" So I actually searched the 77-page long document from City of Campbell's website. Indeed, it shows a fine printing of parking space next to our borderline from Llewellyn all the way up to the San Thomas. plus motorcycle parking block right across from my unit. My bedroom is only 14 feet away from that parking area. Three major issues here. Noise. Severe noise will come and hurt from that short distance, coming from starting cars and rolling motorcycles over there. Two, privacy and security. New parking spaces can easily attract teenagers and criminals in the nighttime. A tall person can easily look over our living room over the fence. Too close for comfort. Number three, very important, public safety. What about the spaces for 911 fire trucks to come in? Possible difficulty to enter to operate properly if a lot of cars are parked there in the event of fire. Here is a photo of the parking space. You see the red line over there? This left side is the wall fence between the property and ours, and there is a public road. So if they build a parking lot over here, it's a problem. Yeah, please keep the fire lane and remove the parking lot lane. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine?
I'm unwell, my husband.
Okay, come on up. If you want to state your name.
Yeah, my name, excuse me. My name is Pete Young. I live right next to Steve, and I share his concerns. I've also put in a request to speak, so I'd like permission to speak for 4 minutes, please.
No.
No.
2 minutes per person.
Okay, that doesn't seem very friendly to me.
2 for me and 2 for him.
2 for her, 2 for me. Let's be neighborly. Okay, I think 4 minutes, I think you're going to be impressed with me. I want to work with you guys. I want to be fair. I want to be kind. I noticed that my friend Furtado.
You're spending your 2 minutes trying to convince me.
Well, because.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I'll read.
If everybody wants to do that, it's a problem. Okay, you can speak
Well,
for you.
everybody's
and your-
entitled
okay.
to 2 minutes. I spent much of last week preparing to speak to you and hope to do so in a conversational and neighborly manner. But I can see we're not going to be able to do that because you only gave me 2 minutes to explain why you shouldn't destroy my neighborhood.
Gave you 4 minutes.
So, thank you. So please pardon me while I read a prepared statement that I believe comes close to what is now my 4-minute maximum. I think I'll have plenty of time. Thank you. I know my rights. I have a degree in political science. I studied urban planning. And I'll be brief. Esteemed council members, the city manager and planning department have put us both in an extremely difficult and unfortunate situation. I believe you have been misled at this meeting. But I believe you have been misled and that this meeting is premature. I warned Daniel Pharma by email over a week ago of my protest. I wonder if he shared my concerns and warnings with you. It didn't sound like it when you spoke about stuff that was going on. I had thought I might be giving you a lecture about civic duty and decency, but instead I'll just get to my point. I know some of you on the council know better. There was a time when notices were placed in front of properties seeking city approval. Many cities still put up sticks so that people can see if their mountain view might be impacted. A while back, I'm going to tell you a little story. A while back, I actually worked as a doctor helping youth at risk on the property right next door where Pulte is asking you to rezone. While I was there, a clever young person discovered that I probably lived next door to the property. They reported to me that I had a really cool house and a nice patio where I could sit and talk with friends. I asked how they were sure it was my house, and they said they peered over the fence and discovered my cool-looking watch sitting next to my kitchen sink. 20 years later, a couple of years ago, on one of the coldest and rainy nights ever, at 3 o'clock in the morning, a person pounded at my door screaming, "Help me, help me, let me in. I'm cold, please help me." I looked through my peephole, set firm boundaries with them, and warded them off. It wasn't until later I realized that it was probably the young person that I had discovered by my home, those many years ago. I will let you ponder what that might mean for the future of people living on the other side of the fence, where you plan to build parking lots and sidewalks next to short fences. Those parking lots are too close and they're dangerous. There are literally hundreds of measurements included in the plan on the Pulte side of the fence. It was wise that at least a small portion of homes were documented on the map, but there are no measurements to inform anyone that the fence line along which you intend to install parking is just 11 feet from my bedroom window and 8 feet from the fence line, that is, from my neighbor Steve. That's totally unfair. You've heard for good reasons from people that live a quarter of a mile away about their concerns about parking. What about me, my wife, and our neighbors? The map is deceptive. Real people live 8 feet away from those parking spaces in that danger. You need to think about all that, including the process that got us to this point. None of this is fair. It's indecent, it's unhealthy, it's dangerous, and it might be illegal. Pardon me. I scrambled to get this together because I have other things to do. There will be noise and air pollution from idling cars. You shouldn't sit. That's the first two. Okay, I'll try to wrap it up real quick. If you decide to include this parking, at a minimum, you should insist that the wall that the kid peered over to see my house, my watch, that thing needs to be, a block needs to be added up to it. Okay, and you need to put a second fence in.
Okay, I've given you your 4 minutes, sir, please, thank you. You have others?
That's, you'll hear further from me. That's. Did Pulte got to talk to them for how many hours?
Alan?
Pulte built my home. They'll be picketing.
Please. Hi, Alan.
Hello, good evening. My name's Alan Ishibashi. I live really close to the project as well. I have a slightly different opinion than the gentleman who just spoke and the other folks. You may remember I helped organize our neighborhood against the density that was proposed in the housing element. We got the density that we wanted. I want to say I support this project as developed. It does a good job integrating with the neighborhood. The single family homes on the outside, I like. The density as it steps back is good. Now, there are some concerns with the neighborhood regarding traffic and parking, of course, but that comes with any project like this. So again, I want to say that personally, I support it. Again, the 70 neighbors that I helped organize overall, I think support this project. I am working with Public Works, trying to do traffic calming on West Latimer. Sounds like that's already occurring or going to occur shortly on Hardy Avenue, which is another major thoroughfare here. So overall, I'm kind of underprepared here, but I support the project. Most of the neighbors I've talked to support the project. The ones maybe that aren't, directly adjacent to it, but overall, it seems to fit consistency with what the housing element and the zoning and everything that we fought to get. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And then I have I think it's Diane Langshaw.
Lochran.
Oh, I didn't even get close. Did I get Diane? Did I even get Diane right?
It was, Diane's great. It was scribbled.
Okay.
Good evening. I just want to thank the council and the planning commission for listening to our concerns about the density at 251. I think we have come to a successful collaboration in moving this project forward. It's going to make a big difference in our neighborhood, keeping the ambiance of the single family and townhome communities opposed to what was proposed earlier. I want to thank Alan Ishibashi for leading and keeping us all up to date since the beginning of the project. I want to thank Jim Sullivan from Pulte. He has been instrumental in helping us work with the requirements for more housing and our request for medium density. I hope if and when we will have traffic and parking concerns, we will be able to work as successfully as we did during this part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have online speakers, Andrea?
Is there anyone? Don Taylor?
Good morning or good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the time. My name's Don Taylor. I'm the Regional Executive Director with Pacific Clinics, the property owner. And I just first wanted to thank you all for the process, working with Pulte and the city for the past 3.5 years to get to this point. From our perspective, it greatly helps on the local mission, which many of you know from our end, the property was a long-term residential site for many years. And as our support for the local community has changed to much more community-based and school-based approaches. Our mission has adjusted from needing that property to being able to support our mission in different ways. So the sale of this property and shifting it to housing, we felt both supports our mission and the need for Campbell for additional housing. So from our end, we are supportive of this and very appreciative of the process. Thank you.
Next.
Is there anybody else online that would like to speak? Nobody else.
Okay, is there anybody left in the public? Steve, you want to speak? Come on up. All right, we know who you are. You've been around for a while.
I'm Stephen Saunders. I live at 411 Kings Court. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for listening to my nitpicky concern. I've probably got a lot less to say than other people here. There are two access points to this project, one onto Latimer in the south and one in the northeast corner onto Llewellyn. And I'm concerned about the access point onto Llewellyn. It really should be a four-way stop intersection with Kings Court. And while there have been some vague references to moving the stop sign, there have been no diagrams, maps, or anything that truly show how this intersection is going to work. And I'm concerned that it's going to be a real pain point for the new residents and for existing residents if we don't get a real intersection there. And by that, I mean streets that meet at the same level, don't go up over sidewalks and that. And anybody who pulls up to the intersection is going to be able to see, there and there are where the other traffic is coming from and we'll have to look out for. And while I have this concern, I do want to support this project. So I don't know, take my concern into consideration, but vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call. All right. Now, Jim, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Daniel, is it possible to put the exhibit that just showed the site plan up by any chance? Thank you. There were a couple of comments with regard to the northern boundary, I'm going to call it. And so what exists currently, there's a roadway and there's parking.
Clarification, north is Llewellyn.
I'm sorry. No, north is closest to Hamilton.
Okay.
So,
up on the.
Oh, do you have the pretty one, the colored one? I think it was in your staff report, like page 2. And thank you for pausing my time.
Oh, we're not pausing your time, Jim. Oh, did we? Oh, oh, Andrea. All right.
She's 9.
Come on.
That's perfect. Okay, so as you can see, I think that two of the speakers had mentioned along that upper portion, the upper road, that separates our property from the Cambrian Park Homeowners Association, which is right to the north of us. So originally, actually, there was going to be a shorter boundary and perpendicular parking. So there was going to be more parking, guest parking spaces along that area. And part of the MFDDS essentially called for creating more of a thoroughfare or a boulevard type look. So you can see we actually included a sidewalk, a little landscape strip, and instead of perpendicular parking, we have parallel parking. And part of that is to keep the structures themselves farther away from that northern, boundary. So, it's an issue of privacy. I understand the concern about noise. And that was just addressing, kind of two of the comments. And really quickly, Madam Mayor, I just want to let you know that I have 3 senior representatives from Pulte Homes, along with my civil engineer here tonight. So if there's any questions from any of the council members, we're prepared to answer them.
Can you mention about the red light?
Okay, it's his turn to speak, please. Are you done?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay. You didn't say your landscape architect's here.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I got it. I got it.
Okay, sorry, Jim. Your time. Thank you.
Okay, if there's any questions, no?
We'll see.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I guess we have questions for you.
If that's okay, I do appreciate the clarification about the parking and the thoughts to privacy. Could you speak to the fence and the fence height and any considerations you've made about that?
Yeah, you know, and I was thinking about that. So what's existing out there right now, I believe is a 6-foot masonry white fence.
It's under my chin. There's some houses that are much lower.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I haven't measured it, but it appears to me that it's about 6 feet tall. And it might be less than that. I can go out and measure it. So because it was a masonry fence, and I don't know where it sits on the property line, so if it straddles the property line or if it's on the Cambrian Park Homeowners Association side of the property, we have no legal right to touch that. So that fence was remaining. The other fence along San Tomas Expressway, we are replacing its chain link actually right now. So we're going to put up an 8-foot masonry wall. That's what the noise consultant had recommended. And then kind of along the outer edge, separating our property from the condos and apartments, kind of on the lower left-hand side, will be a 6-foot wooden fence. And I'll probably ask, I know some of the apartment or the apartment owner had asked me, you know, could you do 6 feet with like a foot of lattice? And I said, we have to get permission from the city to do that. It's not in our plans, but you know, it's something that I would handle later on. So that's kind of the existing situation and what we plan on doing.
Could you just confirm to make sure I'm understanding, do you know where the fence line sits, or is that something you?
I don't know. I'm looking at my civil engineer if we even have it on our plans, or the people at Pulte probably weren't there when it was originally built. So if it was if it was an Uplift Family Services wall that was built, then we would have control of it. But if it was built by Pulte, you know, 15 years ago when that subdivision was built, it's probably on their side of the property line and we wouldn't be able to touch it.
Campbell, can you scroll up so that I can see the bottom road? So the 2 exits, there's one on the north side of the property and then there's one heading south. Why does the road not go through? It looks like there's a fire lane, little key there. Why does that one not go through the street?
No, everything will go. Yeah, out in that area. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, that was, I'm going to say that, so that is considered like I don't know, an EVA or backup. We had to allow, it probably didn't go through, I would imagine, because of the distance to the Llewellyn-Latimer crossing. So they do.
Fire truck can go over that landscape.
I don't know if, no, we didn't, it wasn't required to be an EVA, but we extended it obviously to have that house that's on the corner, you know, be able to get out of their driveway. But we couldn't have it go through because of the closeness and distance. You're welcome.
At this point, I'm going to close the public meeting. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Not on speaker. So I'm closing the public meeting and bringing it back to council for discussion. And
So I'm going to support the project. I want to thank Jim and Pulte for your cooperation and working on this project for 3.5+ years. I think it's a great example of developer and residents working together to address common issues and having it be a win-win for the community. I agree that it is great integration into the neighborhood, the design and the style of the homes. And it's a small step in meeting or trying to meet our affordable housing goals. So every little bit helps. So thank you.
I will also be supporting the application. Appreciate for the just really want to commend all the outreach and discussion with the neighborhood. When this first came up, years ago, and I don't know if I should even say this, but I was very much open to the original density that was proposed, but really appreciate the process of working it out and discussing to come to something that really fits the needs of the neighborhood in the spirit of compromise and just really wanting to make a positive addition. And also really appreciate that the previous tenant who we heard from, that it supports their strategic goals at, very important service in our community and long time member of our community. So I'm glad to hear that this project will support that in a new way. I also appreciate the concerns, or rather the feedback that was brought up around things like traffic calming and improvements. And so I'll just say, I'm Alan. I'm glad to hear that you're already talking with staff on that. I'll just say, I think there's been interest in that program and getting feedback on what's working and what's not. So I would be very interested. And, I just hope that process and those discussions continue. And if there are issues with that or other things to do with traffic calming, I would be interested in hearing that in the future, because the funds are there for that. But with that said, appreciate the proposal, and I will be voting to move it forward. I would just request if. And staff can tell me if this doesn't make sense, but if there's a possibility of looking at that fence line, just because we couldn't get that question answered, I would be interested in having the applicants explore that option, not as a condition, but just to encourage them to look at it. Is that something that we can offer that feedback? Okay, I'm hearing yes, and I appreciate the openness to that.
Yeah, I'm also in support of this project. I was really happy to hear at least two residents voice that they were there earlier in the process before my time and made their comments, and they were happy with this compromise. And I specifically loved hearing that one of the residents saying the exact words that it feels like it fits within the character of the existing neighborhood. That's super important to me. That's one thing I really believe in. So I was super happy to hear about that. I wanted to make some comments, things I love about it. The amount of green space is great. Like this was not necessary, but I loved it. Even including the park was fantastic. All the walkable areas. A lot of I looked at the plans pretty extensively. I liked how much greenery was there. The hundreds of trees that are going to be planted. Really appreciate that. The fact that it's not cookie cutter looking. It's so easy to just put up a bunch of commie blocks, for lack of a better word, but so I really appreciated that. Oh, and I really appreciated the I think I have the number right, but 16 BMRs will be a part of this. That's fantastic. It is a nice step towards our eventual goals of trying to make this town a truly affordable place to live. And another thing about parking, a lot of people are talking parking, that 40 guest spaces. That's fantastic considering there's only 108 units. I don't even have the number. It's more. I'm suspecting it's more than I even said. But anyways, regardless of the fact, even that apparently lower number that I'm getting signaled from the audience from is, it's better than that. So, but I was already impressed with that because I know how difficult it is when you live in neighborhoods such as this that are well designed, but you have friends over and, where do they park? They end up parking in streets. They end up parking in the next neighborhood over. But it seems that there's plenty of parking where people can actually visit their friends who end up living here, friends and family. And so I really appreciate that. So those are my comments. I'm fully in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank Danielle. My daughter's Danielle. Sorry, Daniel. Can you drop the picture down so I can see where the parking's along the property line? All right. So I think I met with you guys out at your Allen. Didn't I meet with you guys a couple years ago when we were talking about the higher density? We had a little thing in the park, whatever. So I do remember that. At the time the general plan was started, this was a higher density project. They met with the community. The neighbors got organized. They came in. the density was decreased. So this project could have been a lot more dense, a lot more housing. The applicant did work with the community and the city. We did get the general plan approved at the mid-density level, and the applicant complies with that. So that's a good thing. The fact that you're doing so many low and moderate income housing, the BMRs that we're adding, you have a beautiful park. What is your tree ratio? 4-to-1 that you're cutting down trees. You're putting 4 for every tree that you've cut down. You're putting in big box trees. So the initial canopy is going to be equivalent to the canopy of, you're losing these large trees, but at a 36-inch box, the canopy is like 10 feet wide. So I like that. I like the green space all around. So I just want to clarify for the people that were talking about the fence line along the north. If it is on the property line or on the other side property line, you're going to have to decide who builds the fence. But if it is at 6 feet, I don't think we can go higher than 6 feet. So it would be something to then work with planning, but I really encourage you, since there's people complaining about people looking over the fence. Go back to the site plan though, please. Okay, wait, real quick. Is that red line curve staying and that landscape strip going to stay? The dirt area?
Can be widened.
Okay.
With the sidewalk and the landscape.
So if you look at this site plan, there is
So
a
that's
green.
just apologies. So that's an 8-foot landscaping strip at the north, followed by the sidewalk and then the parking spaces.
Right, so the parking spaces are not right up against the fence. You have 8 feet of landscaping, 4 foot of a sidewalk, then you have a parking space, then you have the road. So I feel comfortable that this is a great project. It meets our general plan. You guys worked really well with the neighborhoods. We've got a couple people here supporting it. The biggest complaints that I'm hearing is about looking over the fence and seeing into people's backyard. So I would say, please work with the neighbors and the city. I don't know how high we can go. You got an 8 foot along Santa Tomas. If you could go 8 feet, that's kind of be up to Daniel and planning, but I would encourage you to do that. But I do support it, and we need housing. So that's what's important. And that's it. If I will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to go with the staff recommendations.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bybee?
Aye.
Councilmember Spizola?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez?
Aye.
Mayor Landry?
Aye, that motion passes, and thank you everybody for attending. I would invite Dan to come back into the meeting. Oh, Andrea. Am I supposed to introduce Roger and then read this, or does he speak? Roger's over there. So do I introduce him? He speaks, or do I read this before he speaks? Roger?
The guy in the red shirt,
Yeah.
this guy right there?
I just didn't know, because you had me reading, but as he's making a presentation.
He's just gonna come up and then you can go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just introducing you, and then I'm reading what I'm supposed to read.
Nearby.
I'm introducing you, and then I'm supposed
Well, no,
to.
you start the script.
Right, but all I'm doing is, you're not speaking up here, right?
I'm not speaking.
Okay.
No, I only speak for the city engineer when there's.
Okay. Okay. Don't go too far though. All right, if you guys are gonna speak, please go outside. Please go out if you're gonna be talking. Bye. Next item on the agenda is item number 10, the Lighting and Landscape District LLA-1 for fiscal year 24-25, confirming assessments. And our senior civil engineer, Roger Storrs, will be speaking later. At this time and place set for hearing, public comments on the engineer's report for the City of Campbell's Lighting and Landscaping Assessment District and on the levy and collection of proposed assessments for fiscal year 2024 through 2025. These proceedings are conducted pursuant to the Landscaping Lighting Act of 1972. The engineer report prepared by the civil engineer consists of the boundaries of the assessment district, the proposed improvements or maintenance and operation of the district, the estimate of cost of these improvements and or maintenance, and the proposed assessment upon these lots and parcels of land within the proposed district. If any one of these excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Any one of these items may be subject to protest or endorsement. If you are protesting an item, you are asked to clearly identify yourself and the property owned by you so that your statement may be correctly recorded. All other speakers you can provide your name if you so choose. The hearing is declared open, and I will ask the city clerk to report on the various notices given in connection with the hearing, and I also ask the city clerk to report on the written protests that have been received, if any. Following the city clerk's report, the engineer is asked to provide a statement regarding the nature of the lighting and landscape district, which will be followed by any public testimony or comments. City clerk, please.
Notices have been published as required by the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 and Section 54954.6 of the California Government Code. Affidavits and certificates of publishing are on file in my office. A copy of the engineer's report prepared by the city engineer was filed in my office on May 31st, 2024, and has been open to public inspection since that time. No protests have been received by the city.
Okay, Roger, please come up.
So the City of Campbell Lighting and Landscaping District is established annually to support the maintenance and operation of the city's parks, landscaping, public lighting, traffic signal system, curbs, gutters, and sidewalks. Assessments proposed for fiscal year 2024-2025 are as shown in the engineer's report and total approximately $1.2 million. The proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 assessments are at the same rate as last fiscal year 2023-2024. No increases in the rate are being proposed.
Thank you. I'm now opening the public hearing. The microphone is now available for public testimony. Should anybody wish to speak, you're asked to speak clearly and identify yourself if you are on a property owned in this district, and your statement will be recorded correctly. I have one speaker card so far. Sal?
I'm for item 10, 11, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Sal. Is anybody from the public wish to speak on this item? Is there anybody online? Seeing none, I close the public hearing and ask back to council. I forgot to ask if council has questions and or council discussion. Any comments or questions? Any comments or questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Furtado.
Aye.
Councilmember Scazola.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye. Does anybody need to take a break? Yes. We'll take a 5-minute break or 4. Let's see. I can't see. Is that so? 9:31. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Number 11, a public hearing to consider an interim ordinance to adopt an urgency measure to implement Senate Bill number 684, which allows for streamlined approval or 10 or fewer residential units on lot zone for multifamily residential development, and extending ordinance number 2312, which established urgency measures to implement Senate Bill number 4 in 2023, which allows for housing on lands owned for qualifying faith-based and higher education institutions. And we have our senior planner, Stephen Rose, presenting. Hi.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Landry, members of the City Council.
Raise the podium, you know.
Perfect. So just as a brief overview and recap, last month, the City Council adopted interim ordinances serving to comply with Senate Bill number 684 and Senate Bill number 4 before their July 1st effective dates. Both of the interim ordinances which were adopted are effective for 45 days unless they're extended. Tonight, the subject item seeks to establish a new interim ordinance which would replace our current interim ordinance for Senate Bill 684. And the second action would extend the interim ordinance for Senate Bill number 4 for 10 months until such time staff has an opportunity to codify permanent provisions dealing with that section. So in terms of the revisions to SB 684, it incorporates two changes. The first serves to clarify that ADUs and JDUs would not be permitted during the effective period of the interim ordinance. The prior ordinance was silent in this particular regard, and staff has recommended exclusion of ADUs and JDUs, acknowledging that they could pose numerous design and neighborhood compatibility challenges. The second provision just adds a simple exception to site access requirements for non-residential projects. It was not the intent for the provisions of SB 684 as we were implementing them in the subdivision ordinance to apply to non-residential projects where the city has far greater discretion. For that reason, we've added a limited exception just clarifying the provision saying the changes to site access do not apply to non-residential projects or the subdivision thereof. With that said, staff's recommendation is to adopt the two interim ordinances as presented. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? I don't see any questions. I'll open the public hearing, and I have one speaker so far. Now, Sal, right? This is 11 that you want to speak on?
Yes, this is the correct item.
But
Thank you.
The drawing you handed out is not, this is an older project.
It is, but it's relevant to that.
Okay.
So that is basically the site plan of my project that was approved on February 21st. And then the language that is attached to it is the language that I'm asking that be adopted as a third revision to the two that planning is already proposing. And I'll explain why. Oh, if I can start the clock now, I'm sorry. I was just... On February 21st, you approved my project located at 105 Kennedy to allow construction of the duplex facing Industrial Street. I'm grateful to you and Planning and Building and Public Works for your help during this process. Tonight, you consider SB 684, which allows for a subdivision of lots, to which my site complies with significantly, but not for setbacks. Therefore, I'm requesting that the language be added to your approval tonight, which states, allow for the subdivision of legally approved projects which have the general plan designation of multifamily residential zoning and have been approved in the past 12 months using the prior zoning ordinance. This would include, but is not limited to, PD zonings approved by the City Council in the past 12 months. Per my exhibit, I requested to be allowed to divide the property as shown with the red proposed property line. I explored with planning that if I complied with the 4-foot side and rear setbacks and 5-foot front setback, could I subdivide per SB 684, but discovered that I cannot change my setbacks because the newly adopted zoning ordinance did away with the PD zonings, and therefore there's no such thing as a PD amendment to my existing approval that you approved. I can't amend it. I can't change setbacks to comply with this. To the right of this property is my daughter Maria's house, and to the left is 105 Kennedy that my daughter Juliana would like to purchase, and then I would remain with the duplex that I am building, which I broke ground on last Monday. This would provide for 2 more families to live within walking distance of downtown Campbell, and I ask that the requested language be added as a third change to the 2 changes already requested by the Planning Department on page 420 of your packet. I request the ability to subdivide, which is commonly allowed and has been allowed in my 40 years of design and building multifamily zoning. I'm open to any questions. I know it's a lot to process in 2 minutes.
I think at this point, I'm going to ask questions to Stephen.
Yes.
But if no one seems to have the light on, so thank you. Do we have any other speakers? No.
Yeah.
No other speakers. So now I'm going to have Daniel come up.
Or Stephen.
Stephen. Boy, I'm really losing. I first called Danielle. Now I'm calling you Daniel. Okay, so can you answer his question about this third thing that he's asking?
So,
Do you have a copy of
yeah, the
this?
member of the public, Sal Caruso, is requesting that the city allow pretty much an exception to state law. The state law, SB 684, provides very limited requirements for the subdivision of multifamily zone properties. It requires just a 4-foot setback along the rear of existing parcel lines. So the existing project or the proposed project that I think he's actively constructing right now would not comply with that requirement and therefore would be ineligible under our ordinance for subdivision. Now, to his prior comment, the PD zoning ordinance or zoning district was removed as part of the city's comprehensive update April of last year. There are new provisions on the books today through the city's multifamily development design standards, which allow for development of sites. And this, really what it comes down to is the city really is compelled and must allow density compliant projects, but not necessarily the subdivision of land in the way that he's describing. So really when it comes down to the setbacks and development standards, those are pretty much now as governed by the multifamily development design standards or as SB 684 would provide for. Trying to carve out a very limited exception that would benefit an individual property owner is kind of not really our practice as a community. And what we would generally recommend is that we look at these types of issues as part of the more comprehensive update to the multifamily development design standards, so we could allow for subdivisions of properties like in Sal's circumstance when we update the codes and standards. We could consider those as part of a more thoughtful and deliberative process.
So basically, Sal's asking to subdivide a project that was previously approved and is under construction, and he's wanting to try to create a separate lot for this. Okay. All right.
Correct.
Thank you. All right. Do we have anybody else from the public? And no one's online. All right. I'll return it. Oh, question? Stephen?
So, or maybe for the city attorney, I mean, this request has come up at the council meeting and it hasn't been incorporated into what the agenda, the staff report is recommending. So how can the council consider that when it hasn't been properly noticed and recommended? And it's, I mean, we're dealing with something, and anybody could come off the street and say, can I get an exception? It seems like there should be, it's not part of the proper process, I guess. Is that correct, or? It seems like it's a legal question.
I was just trying to clarify, was that being directed to myself?
No.
I could start and Bill could clarify. So generally speaking, our legal ads or public notices do provide a general parameters of what is to be discussed at the meeting. For the agenda tonight, it was a discussion to propose amendments to the city's previously established SB 684 ordinance to establish new interim measures. The council is not bound, I mean, specifically to those items which are in the staff report. The council could propose amendments, provided that, generally speaking, the overarching characterization of the public notice was adequate to cover those changes that were proposed. So yeah, the council could make tweaks or amendments, but.
So I guess I don't fully understand what's being recommended by the applicant as opposed to what the council's being asked to take action on tonight when he's got an already approved application. What?
I can help connect the dots. So I understand the question. So in the particular case of the individual, Sal Caruso and the public, member of the public, it's a previously approved plan development permit, which is kind of a grandfathered project under old code. As such, it's trying to take, in that particular case, trying to take advantage of new state laws which have passed since following the adoption of that project and trying to combine the two, really trying to lock in those standards which had been in force and effect at the time that the project was originally approved, but also leveraging and taking advantage of new subdivision allowances which allow you to subdivide smaller than what we may have allowed in the past. So it's trying to kind of carve and accept, and it really the mechanics of what's being requested is our locally adopting ordinance pretty much acknowledges state law, saying that we have to allow subdivision when you have a 4-foot interior or rear setback on a property from the existing property lines. And he'd be requesting effectively, in his particular case, an exception to that requirement of state law so that he could be at 3 feet or even less to the adjacent property lines. So that in his particular case, that requirement wouldn't apply, but to all other SB 684 projects, it would.
So I guess I don't understand. So how does this interim ordinance affect, then he can't move forward with doing his application?
Yeah, so to clarify, correct, that because the property does not comply with the minimum required setbacks, that it would not be eligible for subdivision as proposed, among other requirements. There are other requirements that under 684 also might likely not comply with, like the average minimum unit size.
So let me be clear though, the project that was as approved, there's nothing that's holding the applicant back from completing that project.
Okay. And didn't we allow some type of I can't remember the exact specifics, but we allowed some type of an exception at the time that we approved the application, right?
To right-of-way standards, there had been an exception as part of that project as well. And now this is not, again, that project can be carried out and completed as per that original entitlement. Nothing is stopping that original entitlement from being built as planned.
Okay. Thank you.
If I understand it correctly, what Sal's requesting is to subdivide the lot now. We have previously approved, it's all one lot, the ADU is with the main house. So his language request is to give an exemption, and you basically started out by saying, not right now, more study, don't do a one-off right now.
Correct. So as part of the city's multifamily development design standards update, we are going to be looking at subdivision standards in particular to try to better understand how we can accommodate smaller lot subdivisions and really folding in. When we're talking about this being an urgency ordinance entirely for 684, the whole intent is that we're understanding this is a kind of a placeholder as we're developing the more permanent formal standards which will implement these sections, including SB 684. So the MFDDS update will be the thing that replaces this current urgency or interim ordinance. And it will allow for that more thoughtful, deliberative discussion about when and how we apply those standards and when we'll allow subdivision as well.
Questions?
And Stephen, I know it's a massive project, but can you remind me roughly the timeline for that comprehensive update?
We had originally anticipated getting it, and I could still say we are optimistically hoping to get it done by the end of this year. I'm anticipating it might roll into next year as well right now, just as given other work plan priorities. It is among my top priorities, so every minute that I get free that I'm working on it. So, but that's a rough timeline. End of this year, early next.
Thank you.
You guys have any questions? No? Okay, thanks, Stephen. No, you've already got to speak, Sal, sorry. Okay, so closing the public hearing, now back for discussion or a motion. Motion? Somebody? Go for it, Sergio.
Go with staff recommendation.
Okay, there you go. We have a motion by Elliot to go with the staff action, recommended action.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Furtado.
Aye.
Councilmember Scazola.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye.
Okay. Being an interim ordinance of the City Council of the City of Campbell adopting urgency measures to implement Senate Bill number 684, 2023, file number PLN-2024-69.
I'll move further reading. I
No.
mean, waive further reading.
And I'll second.
We have a motion to waive second reading. Roll call,
It's
please.
further
Further
reading.
reading. Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Furtado.
Aye.
Councilmember Scazola.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye.
Being an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Campbell extending urgency measures to implement Senate Bill number 4, file number PLN 2024-69.
Make a motion.
I'll move that we waive further reading of the second ordinance. Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, we have another motion to waive second reading. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Furtado.
Aye.
Councilmember Scazola.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye, that motion passes. Next is item number 12, introduction of an ordinance amending chapter 3.09 of Title 3 of the Campbell Municipal Code, imposing a transaction and use sales tax to be administered by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. And we have Brian Leventhal and our finance director speaking.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. It's my privilege to present this item to you tonight, and we do have special plaintiffs here to assist if there's questions that we need help with. But I provide a little bit of background here. I know the council understands the history of these discussions, but for purposes of the public, this really began with a work plan that had us looking at potential revenue measures because of the financial status of the city at the time. And it became one of our work plans to look at during this year. Following up on March 19th, we had a study session with the city council where we identified several potential measures to address the items listed here: operating costs, reserve levels, aging infrastructure, and deferred maintenance, and all the new housing goals that we're taking on. And then chronologically from that date, based on council feedback, we worked with consultants and engaged the community on a community-wide survey to look at the three items listed here: a sales tax, a transient occupancy tax, referred to as TOT, and we also briefly asked about business license modernization. All right, so why we're having these discussions, I talk about the budget conditions. You know, these are important discussions because over the last couple of years, as the council knows, we've talked a lot about expenditures when we do budgets, and we've cut and we look at limiting our expenditures, limit discretionary funding. And yet what we find is there's so many more programs we're trying to offer in this city. As the council knows, we've really expanded our housing programs with our adoption of our housing element. We've hired a housing coordinator. We're hiring an unhoused coordinator to deal with the unhoused and working on unhoused processes, plus dealing with projected population growth that's going to increase our costs for services throughout the community for everything that we do. Maintaining parks, providing public safety, street pavement maintenance, our parks maintenance, all of those things that make our community valuable and give us a tremendous quality of life. We're going to start seeing the strains of that. We also identified this year in our fiscal budget $3.9 million of structural deficit. I think the council took the appropriate action as we adopted that budget to make some temporary one-time corrective actions. But yet those deficits will return. Those are one-time corrective actions. So without sort of balancing that equation and just continuing to look at expenses, we need to look at the other side of the equation, which is the revenues. And that's the purpose of the discussion tonight. How do we create sustainable funding source for all of those things that we want to do, that the community wants us to do? This isn't our wish list. These are things the community's been begging for the city to do. The council's heard that from their constituents. And we really want to meet that need. And I think for the last 2 years, the budget message has been, we want to do great things. We just don't have the money to do everything that we want to do. And that's a frustrating position to be in. So trying to align that, the community survey certainly provided us some information on that. But without additional revenue measures to help with our deferred maintenance. You see here that we recently just reevaluated our community assets that the city owns, and about $219 million. But there's $42 million of deferred maintenance. So not only all of those operational things that I mentioned, but how do we get in front of deferred maintenance that, you know, been deferred over those years and get caught back up to that and get on a schedule to maintain all of these important facilities that we need over the years. And this staff, this slide really highlights some of the financial pieces of that. That we're really trying to address $2 to $3 million of that $42 million deferred maintenance a year. That's not a big chunk. So we're really not biting into that. We realize that our reserves are down because we've used reserves during the pandemic, and luckily we've gotten some ARPA money to help us get to this point. But really, we have growing pressures on all those areas. But to catch up on that deferred maintenance and our unfunded CIP list that you see listed here at $84 million. So a lot of things that we have identified and put onto paper, but things that we don't have revenue to be able to achieve. And I would say we can go through those and slash and cut expenditures and continue to do that. But I think we're at the position where we realize that without additional revenues, that exercise is just going to be an exercise in futility every year. And that's, again, the reason we're here before you tonight. So as we engage the community, this is not something that we take lightly when we talk about raising revenues in taxes with the community. It's about what the community wants and what they will support. And while staff is making the recommendation to consider this, we're really recommending that you provide the public an opportunity to speak. I talk about these important things that we think that that the public wants us to do and that we've prioritized based on their comments. Tonight's about providing the community that opportunity to speak up and support that if they really want those things to be done. These are some of the community's survey takeaways that we got when we surveyed the community, most of which I think are very common, and you could probably agree with most of those. There's probably a few surprises in here as well. But for the most part, the community was greatly satisfied with the services of the city. And when we talked with them about improvements and need to improve, because there's such a great level of satisfaction, it wasn't really clear to the public of that need out there. And I think that's going to be the burden is help the public understand all these things that they're asking that we do comes at a price. And not just those things that we want to do, but some of those things we're doing now comes at a price. And so that was really clear in the survey. What was also clear was the support for emergency medical services, safe public spaces and parks were important. Businesses, sidewalks and trees we hear every day. Those seem minor, but those were important. And senior services were all top priorities. The surprise in here was really spending more money. It wasn't a large support for spending money on affordable housing, although there was a lot of support for housing. That was somewhat of a surprise. But to the point of the survey, when we talked to the residents about sales tax and transient occupancy tax measures, both of them had strong community support. Business license tax had some support. We didn't ask a lot of questions about that, but that is something that we would explore in the future, not this year. It would be our recommendation. What is our recommendation based on that survey is to explore a half-cent half-cent transaction and use tax. It's often referred to as a sales tax, but the technical term is a transaction and use tax. Is our recommendation that the council authorize through action tonight at the first step and a subsequent step and adopt an ordinance to place it on the November ballot. The estimated revenue of a half-cent transaction and use tax would be $7 million annually. That would go a long ways to address those items issued here, the structural deficit that's at 3.9 million. It would give us a mechanism to start addressing deferred maintenance and aging infrastructure, and give us a mechanism to start addressing some of our unfunded liabilities. We talk about pension liabilities and those unfunded liabilities that we have for our city staff. It would allow the city to move away from what we've been doing the last couple of years and being reactionary. We talk about being strategic and the last couple of years has been just cutting expenditures, and just meeting those revenue measures. This is going to allow us some room to be strategic and not be reactionary. And then it will also allow us to formulate the right service levels and expectations of the public. But if this doesn't move forward, the opposite's going to happen. And this is a discussion we had with the council at budget time. If we don't find revenues, I would anticipate this fiscal year, we will report back to the council and we will be doing some significant cuts in the range of 5 to 10%. And we're prepared to do those. Staff is having those discussions. I think it's important as we get into the election season, if this moves forward, that we're able to articulate what's at stake if it doesn't move forward, not as a threat. This isn't pass this or else. It's being real and transparent to the public of what services we can provide with the money we have. And if we do have to do budget cuts, what does that mean? And obviously we would look to cut services that would have the least impact on the public, but it certainly, it will be painful. And it will impact the public and it will impact our service levels. So that would be our alternative to this. Some of the key dates that we're talking about is tonight, if the council is interested in exploring this, we would introduce and hold first reading of the ordinance with the 0.5-cent sales tax. And then we would come back on August 8th. It would be an adjourned meeting from this evening to adopt and hold the second reading of that ordinance. And at that meeting, we would also adopt a resolution submitting the ballot measure to the Register of Voters. August 9th, we would submit to the Register of Voters, and then I'm not going to read the rest of these dates. These are the dates for the arguments, impartial analysis, and rebuttal. We would follow along with that as well. So that sort of concludes my real, hopefully brief presentation. We are asking for the council's feedback. If the council's interested in moving forward, our recommendation would be to introduce this ordinance this evening, and then we would consider second reading, as I said, on August 8th. So with that, I will close and take comments and questions.
Council questions? Ann? You want to start? No questions, Sergio?
I have one question. Thank you very much for laying that out. Which I think I understand. I just want to clarify at which point in this process would, whether it's staff or the council where the direction is coming from, say, based off the polling, based off the community priorities, here's what at least some of the revenue would go towards. When does that happen? Is that at the second
Yeah. Well, I can answer that question probably simply right now. What's being proposed is a general tax, so we wouldn't specifically designate it. Otherwise, it would require a 2/3 vote. It is a general tax. We talk about the things it would support. And I think in the coming months, some of the information that the city can share with both the council and the public is what those services are and what would be impacted by that as an informational. And that's part of the budget work that we would be doing. But I don't think we would formally go through a designation process. It would support the general fund. We do talk about in the staff report several of the things. All of those things I mentioned, not only operating, but aging infrastructure, our CIP, our unfunded liability, and strategic financing for the future.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that was clear, and rest of it is comments, so I'll hold off.
I want to open the public hearing. Is there anybody who would like to speak on this item? Anybody online? No, I don't see anybody coming forward, so I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion or a motion. Dan?
Just like to make some comments. First of all, thank you to our city manager for the comprehensive presentation. I like the idea of, if we're successful in this measure, having some tangible kinds of projects that we move forward with so the public can see what we're doing with the money, which is very important. But then also devoting some of our funds, of course, to the intangible. And when you think of like an affordable housing fund, you know, oftentimes it's confusing and what does that really mean? But it's very important to us because we have the opportunity to build more affordable housing. And while we don't own the land, it can serve as an enticement, of course, for builders to perhaps request to draw on some funds that we could provide to support their efforts, besides the different bonuses they might be eligible for. In addition to that, one of the items that wasn't mentioned that caught us by surprise this year, I think, was the large hit that we took had to put into the PERS fund. We sort of wiped out half of our PERS reserve in that regard. And you just never know what's going to happen to PERS because of the investment policies. So I think it's important that we, you did mention, of course, the various reserve funds, which I think is very important, especially I like to see the OPED, some of those. But so I think all of that is essentially important, and I think we should move forward with it. And I'm hoping the public will support it, in terms of when it comes their turn to vote in November. So those are just my brief comments.
Yeah, I definitely echo everything that Councilmember Furtado just said. Also, I mean, what's great about this is we just simply approve it, and it's really up to the people of Campbell, So this isn't really our decision in the end. I say we go for it and let them decide in the end.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak. I really want to start by commending staff for the really hard work across many different departments of coming together under a lot of pressure, under a very limited time frame, with constantly changing circumstances, to present a high quality of research, of information before the council. I'll echo the comments that have been said, and then just really want to emphasize one point that I hope is clear to the public, and that we can clarify in the future, which is that it's not even just that, as the city manager is saying, about just looking, what is there in the CIP that we can cut down. We really are at the point where, because of deferred maintenance, if we don't make these investments now in things like maintenance and infrastructure, we are paying more and it starts to increase very quickly. We're paying more just to hold on to what we have in, what essentially starts to become a state of disrepair. And I think our residents have an expectation of fiscal prudence that goes beyond that. And so I think putting this measure forward supports that goal and those expectations of basically not being penny wise and pound foolish. So I'll agree with what was said. I look forward to more discussions, but really, again, just want to commend staff and appreciate my colleagues also. It's never an easy conversation to talk about putting a revenue measure forward. But I think the data that we're seeing shows that our residents have a high level of trust in the city and the services we provide, and it's on us to maintain and act on that trust by moving forward. So I look forward to seeing this move ahead.
So I'm going to support the recommendation. I believe we as a council need to take the lead on this and put it on the ballot so that our residents have an opportunity to vote for it or not. But the messaging that is going to be required really needs to be initiated soon, and it needs to be a positive message. We need to engage our stakeholders, our community leaders, our business associates and the chamber to really get behind this, because obviously we have a structural deficit. We need an additional stream of revenue, and without this, it is going to result in severe cutbacks, and it's going to involve programs and services and employees to make up the gap that we have. So I will be supporting it.
I had a clarification question. You said that if we specifically list projects, you need 2/3 vote. And then later we were talking to some of the council members who were saying to identify projects. So I just don't want to have us get in trouble on our messaging.
Yes, if the funds were specifically dedicated for certain purposes, then in fact, you would require a 2/3 vote of the electorate. Now that you can still adopt a general tax and identify the kinds of things that you want to use the funds for, but that cannot be locked into stone as part of the ordinance that you're adopting.
I just don't want us to get in trouble on messaging based on past problems. Okay, thank you, staff. I mean, this is what we need. This is what we discussed during budget. We were, what, 3.9 short? Quarter before? How many millions short? During COVID, how many millions? And it just keeps going. And any revenue stream, this is what we talked about before, any way to increase it. Of the three topics or the three categories, this would get us the most. This got us the average 7 million a year. And we need it. And I mean, I've been on the bandwagon of long-term maintenance, infrastructure management. Roofs need to be repaired before they do more damage. We need, you know, good sidewalks, good trees, good parks. And so we need the money. And I think it's to the community to then say that they do. I mean, we're giving it to them, saying, here's our suggestion. We need the money. Help us and vote on and approve it. And I think that's what's important, to bring it to the community. So with that said, I will entertain a motion.
I have one more comment too.
No.
Oh, no more comments?
I'm
Not
just
one
kidding.
little, okay.
Well, you-
I just want to say that I was very pleased. I forgot to mention this earlier. Happy to hear that Campbell residents are generally satisfied with their government leaders. I'm glad to hear that. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to.
You'll make a motion.
Sure.
I'm entertaining the motion.
Oh,
You're
then I will
making the motion.
officially make the motion
Okay,
to.
make a motion.
Well, we're doing it so simply these days. Go with the staff recommendations.
Recommended action.
We can do that for this one too? Okay, great.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Furtado.
Aye.
Councilmember Scazola.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye. That motion passes. Next under new.
Wait.
Oh, sorry,
Phil,
you gotta read.
Phil, do I read it?
Yeah, you gotta read the title.
An ordinance of the City of Campbell amending Chapter 3.09 of Title 3 of the Campbell Municipal Code, imposing a transactions and use sales tax to be administered by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration.
I move that further reading be waived.
Second.
Sorry, Dan.
You have a motion and a second?
Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Furtado.
Aye.
Councilmember Scazola.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye, that motion passes. Now on to new business, number 13. A resolution authorizing an ad valorem tax levy based on the debt service estimate to be provided to Santa Clara County regarding general obligation bonds for fiscal year 2024 and 25. And my understanding is this is Measure O.
Yes.
And we have Sharon Brangan speaking. Shannon.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Shannon Brangan, Administrative Analyst in Finance, and I'm here tonight to present the FY 24-25 Measure O tax rate proposal. So I would like to share with you a couple of key details. The taxes that are under consideration tonight are to pay annual debt service costs of $2.6 million relating to Measure O, bond issuances totaling $50 million. The current tax rate proposal before council would be to adjust the rate down from the current rate of $17.50 to $17 per $100,000 of assessed valuation. And as the chart on the screen and in the report showed, due to the anticipated growth in the cost of homes over time, this tax rate will continue to trend downwards until we're able to fully pay off the debt for fiscal year 2050, 2051. With that, I'll turn it over to council for questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? I'm opening the public hearing. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to speak on this item? No one's jumping up. Okay, online? No, I'll return this back to council for discussion. Anybody have any, Dan, you want to say anything?
No.
No. I just think it's great. We're lowering what they pay, right? From 1750 to 17. Yeah, well, we're lowering what they pay. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to move the adoption of item 13.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Furtado. Councilmember Scazola.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Next is item 14, the proposed modifications to the Campbell Community Center building use policy, an amendment to the fee schedule for fiscal year 25, and we have Ithas Ray. Hi there. Did I pronounce it correct?
Close.
How do you pronounce it?
It's ISETH.
Iseth. Okay, I was close.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council members. As we just covered, my name is Iseth Ray, and I serve as a recreation supervisor. And tonight I'm here to introduce the proposed modifications to the Campbell Community Center building use policy and an addendum to the fee schedule for fiscal year 25. The initiating circumstance for these updates arose from multiple requests we received from the community members asking for us to rent our pool during unscheduled periods of time. While pool rental fees were approved with the updated fiscal year 25 schedule, we lacked a corresponding policy. So while addressing this gap, we also took the opportunity to enhance and clarify several other key aspects of the building use policy. First, we revised the reservation process to specify that facilities will only be held without pay for up to 48 hours, where replacing previously it was a 3 to 5 day window that lacked clarity. Second, we've adjusted security requirements for specific rental requests, including the number of guards that are required by attendance numbers and the event duration that triggered the requirement for security. Additionally, we've updated the security fees as a pass-through to the rental clients to align with current vendor rates and the language within the building use policy. Third, we have strengthened language regarding the retention of refundable deposits when policies are not adhered to by clients. And then additionally, we provided clear guidelines and support to staff and other minor updates and edits, providing further clarity throughout the policy. So our recommendation is for City Council to adopt a resolution approving the modifications to the Community Centers building use policy, making them effective July 17th, 2024, alongside the updated fee schedule. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Council have questions? Dan?
I do have some questions. I tried to read through the whole document as best I could. It was rather long. I do support the idea of us trying to make things especially easy and convenient and affordable for our residents in particular when they want to rent, say, a room for a meeting or a little reception or something of that nature. One of the questions I had was with respect to alcohol. And unless I misunderstood something, which is certainly possible, it seemed that it was a little confusing to me. My recollection was that if someone were serving alcohol as a part of a regular meal and they weren't charging for it, basically they could just do that with the normal permit system. They wouldn't need an alcohol license. They wouldn't have to have security, things of that nature. If they were selling, that would be a little different, and there are some specific requirements there. I understand that. If they were selling alcohol or drinks separately from the meal. But the policy, as I read it, seemed to say something like, security, might be required. So it kind of left it open. It wasn't real clear to me in that regard. And the comments I just made about serving alcohol as a part of the meal didn't seem so clear either, whether that is still permitted or not. So I'm wondering if you can kind of clarify some of those things a little better, or at least my interpretation of it.
Sure. So we do have clear guidelines as to when alcohol can be served, which includes any type of, like you stated, in a meal which might accompany like a wedding reception or a memorial service. Which does differ from selling alcohol. You're absolutely correct. There are different guidelines in place with sales of alcohol, but our guidelines state that any event that exceeds our latest update, our new update says any event that exceeds a 3-hour time period will trigger the requirement to add security. And that is, we do find that oftentimes fundraising luncheons or where the center focus of the event is a meal, they are not lasting beyond 3 hours, but oftentimes the receptions or graduation parties or birthday parties tend to last longer at the point where once you've been consuming, a large group of people have been consuming alcohol for over 3 hours, things can take a different turn. So that's kind of our trigger for requiring security. In addition to that 3-hour time limit, it's also for parties that have higher attendance than 75 people. So it's really when we're looking at the larger groups that are there for an extended period of time, drinking alcohol during that time.
I wonder, for example, if, say someone's having a reception, so the idea might be to serve alcohol at the beginning, during the reception period, and maybe during the meal period, which was going to be sort of early on. But then afterwards, as the party sort of continued, or they moved to kind of dessert and so on, if the sponsors chose to cut off alcohol at that point, even though the ceremony or the party went on beyond that, could that be approved as sort of like under 3 hours for alcohol purposes, even though the event is longer than 3 hours? If they met what I just said.
There is room for consideration as long as there's clear communication and there's, especially if there's an established history with the previous rentals that has shown that a group follows a strict format. Generally, no. Once alcohol is the service of alcohol has met that 3-hour mark, then it's in place that security is required, but there can be room for case-by-case consideration and approval by our director. And I don't know if, Natasha, if there's anything else you want to add to that.
I would just add that oftentimes when these things get out of control, the staff that we have working are young adults who lack the ability to have a firm stance with rental clients, and parties can get out of control. So you're looking at your Friday, Saturday night, and if we have security guards in place and we can have that kind of intermediate presence prior to having to just call 911 for, assistance, it's helpful to our building attendants. And I'd have to look back if we use the word might require, and I think that allows our staff to determine. We do find that sometimes rental clients don't share all of their details and aren't forthcoming with what's actually happening. And so, as Isaac had said, is that if they're a previous client and they have a very positive history working with us and we understand what the event is, it's not so much of a requirement. It's more that when we have people come in and they say, oh, it's a 21st birthday party, those things, but it's 85 people. And then the next time they come in, it's like, oh, we're just having 60 now. It's, they try to circumvent the rules a little bit. So we're trying to protect our staff and our facilities so that things can, remain in good standing with everybody. So.
Sure, and I like the idea of staff having some discretion based on the type of party, the size, the duration, all those kind of things. I know sometimes I can put you on the spot because you're sort of responsible for your decision, but I hope the ordinance gives enough flexibility to permit that so that it's not so specific and, oh, well, you have to have an insurance policy and you have to have security. And pretty soon, if it's a small thing, it could sort of, expenses can just sort of blossom.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
Those are my thoughts.
It does allow for that, so yes.
I have a question. And whose responsibility is it to hire the security? Is that does our staff do that and then bill
That's
the
actually
client?
my responsibility.
Okay.
Once we've reviewed the schedule, we try to review a few weeks out. And then once it's determined that an event kind of hits all the qualifying markers, then I will reach out to the security company and with the details of the event, time, location, et cetera, and determine how many guards are required for that event based on the attendance numbers.
And do we have one firm that you deal with?
We do.
Okay.
Correct.
And as far as the alcohol, it's limited to beer and wine, right? There's not.
That's correct.
Okay.
No hard alcohol.
So if you have an event that goes over 3 hours and there's no security because they said it was going to be under, who shuts it down? Do you
Are
call
the staff, the building attendants, they would likely call for backup from PD if there was, I mean, they would approach initially, speak to the permit holder, let them know that they're in violation of the terms that they agreed to. And if there was any sort of pushback or we don't want our staff in an unsafe situation. So they would look to our colleagues for some support.
Clarifying that. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, at this point, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to speak? Nope. Online? Nope. I'll bring it back to council for discussion or a motion.
I'm making another motion.
Yes. Go for it.
Oh, I'll actually read this one. It's short.
Oh, you're going to read this?
I make a motion that the city council adopt a resolution approving the modifications to the Campbell Community Center building use policy and amendments to the fiscal year 25 fee schedule.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Furtado.
Aye.
Councilmember Scazola.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye. That motion passes. Under unfinished business, item 15, the public hearing to consider authorizing the distribution of a revised request for proposal for consultant services to support the development of the Hamilton Avenue Precise Plan PLN 2023-138. And we have our Community Development Director that doesn't look like our Community Development Director. Are you filling in?
I suppose so.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, so for this, thank you, Honorable Mayor, again, and members of the City Council. As just covered, item 15 is to consider revised request proposals for the Hamilton Avenue Precise Plan. So just as a brief recap and overview, as part of the 2040 general plan, there have been an identified interest in Hamilton Avenue and Highway 17 as an area of interest for transit improvements, gateway enhancements, and transit-oriented development. In late 2023, the City Council accepted a $400,000 grant from MPC and authorized the release of an RFP for consultant services to support the development of a Hamilton Avenue Precise Plan to implement policy objectives of the 2040 general plan. Shortly following the release of the RFP, staff had suspended its review to update the RFP after realizing that certain federal procurement requirements of the grant would require revisions to the RFP, requiring staff to return to council for authorization prior to continuing the process. So the updated RFP, first and foremost, it satisfies the federal procurement requirements, including additional forms and disclosures which are required by the grant requirements. But also, we've used this as an opportunity to refine the scope of work to focus on the identification of preferred multimodal improvements and gateway features for the project area. The scope of work has also been updated to align and really leverage key deliverables from several public works projects in the area. And just to try to help envision what the end-all deliverable may look like, we're anticipating deliverables will be somewhat similar to those which were recently prepared for the Campbell Avenue Transportation Improvement Plan. So we're kind of envisioning that we'll have these kind of schematic drawings which will cover the entire Hamilton Avenue area, identifying those types of multimodal improvements which will really improve that run of area and really provide better east-west connectivity across Highway 17. One additional item I'll mention is that we had originally envisioned that we were have this pedestrian bridge overcrossing pretty much engineered and drawn up as part of the project. But for a variety of reasons, including project costs and scope, and just through more thoughtful review of that, that particular element has been removed from this particular scope. So that was really the material, more significant change as part of this revised RFP. With that, staff is recommending the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the release of a revised request for proposals as set forth for you tonight. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Questions? Ann?
So the comment you just made about the eliminating the bridge or what?
It will be separately.
Overpass?
Oh, sorry.
So is that totally out off the table? I mean, what happens if there's a development proposal? I mean, couldn't that be a condition of approval? Should a development proposal come forward that?
Not quite. It's particularly what we're looking at is like housing development projects. We're unable to establish like ad hoc fees as part of a condition of approval on a project. Really, projects are now subject to the fees and condition and requirements in effect at the time of application submittal, particularly under like SB 330 and other bills and laws. So we're kind of reframe this. What we're really trying to achieve is kind of really a two-step process. So this is hopefully going to get us most of the way there, kind of identifying the multimodal improvements and enhancements, which can be done on maybe the more near-term basis. Following the completion of the Hamilton Avenue Precise Plan, we're anticipating maybe a second phase of the update, where we would then refine those plans, get them almost down to like engineering, construction level drawings, which you then could use to assign specific costs or identify specific costs, and then associate those with a nexus study and fees. So you could establish like impact fees for development within that area to help pay for the improvements which are proposed. So that's kind of also the process which our Public Works Department takes in other projects. A good example was the Portals project. We'd adopted the East Campbell Avenue Master Plan, established this vision for establishing the portal underneath Highway 17. And then subsequent to that, we did engineering drawings, cost them out, and then had the improvements installed.
Okay.
All right. Expanding on what you said, and I'm having a little time. I think I'm getting sick, so I'm having a hard time hearing. The bridge is out.
I would clarify.
Project.
It's out of this particular project. I would clarify the city's Public Works Department is doing a separate pedestrian overcrossing study where they'd be evaluating types of improvements like a bridge, possibly as an extension or a wing that would be added onto that segment of Hamilton Avenue crossing Highway 17. So that's still kind of part of it. So we've also kind of removed that part of it from our scope because it's separately being covered by the Public Works project. Now, it wasn't going to go quite as far as what we were originally anticipating as part of the scope of work, which is really going further into like the engineering and the costing. When we went through more of a deliberative process of trying to determine exactly how much it would cost to engineer and do, this particular scope of work and this grant wouldn't cover those costs. So it's been scaled back.
When the other projects on Hamilton came forward, I remembered that you had to pay into the improvement of the off-ramp. So there's already something set up there at that intersection, right?
Yeah, there are some fees which were set aside for the southbound ramp exiting Highway 17. This is like the Kohl's Bed Bath & Beyond project, where I think the city even had a little bit of right-of-way which was taken. And we do have monies on the books which are to pay for a kind of, I believe, evaluation of a right turn lane widening project in that area. We're considering and taking that into account as part of this project, but we're not going to be getting to the point of being able to engineer and design all of that and then assign new fees as part of this particular scope of work, which we could then impose on new development in the area.
So just for the public, in a nutshell, what is a precise plan? It's the building, it's the massing, it's everything along there, but it's not the street improvements.
I'd actually say this is actually a little bit more focused on the public right of way than a typical precise plan would be. We are focused on multimodal improvements. So this is what you envision is really going back a slide here. These type of exhibits you're seeing that were prepared as part of that Campbell Avenue Transportation Improvement Plan. We're going to identify like these little changes or tweaks we might be to make to the right of way to really improve the pedestrian and maybe even bicycle experience traveling east-west on East Campbell Avenue, really trying to bridge that gap between properties occurring east and west of Highway 17 on Hamilton, so that you have that better east-west connectivity. Now, it will go a little bit further than what this slide is really capturing here, because we must also consider TOC policies, which are by MTC, which is really going to have this light touch analysis of possible changes to land use policies, such as increasing FAR, establishing a maximum parking cap and other related policies. But that's really not the primary focus of this plan, of this update. It's just something which we'll cover as part of it. We're not going to go into any further detail. We already went through a very comprehensive update of the city's multifamily development design standards and an update to the city's general plan and housing element. We've already really identified what type of improvements we want to happen here as a result of those. So we don't need to do more like design or design or architectural work in the area, because those standards already facilitate the type of development which we've planned for. So we're really covered, so to speak.
And the bridge feasibility study is a separate project, but it's going to have to interact somehow with your.
Right. So our schedule and timeline really assumes and anticipates key deliverables from this project, these public works projects that come online, which this project could take into account and fold into the study. So understand the pedestrian overcrossing study will be completed prior to the completion of the Hamilton plan. Those will have exhibits really capturing everything that's happening in the Hamilton Avenue area, including the Highway 17 southbound off-ramp, right turn lane. All that's going to be in one plan. You can see it in one place. It's all going to be comprehensive and brought together. That's really what the intent of this is really going to get us at the end of the day.
And the fact that some people have paid into the southbound Hamilton widening right turn, does that go away as a separate entity and become part of this project, or is there still?
Is a totally separate matter. We'll take into account the design that comes out of the work that comes out of any related public works project. Those monies are set aside.
Thank you. All right, I'll open it for public comment if anybody wishes to speak. Anybody online? No. I'll return it back for discussion or a motion.
I have a comment. I'm very glad to see this moving forward. I'll just mention as I've somewhat mentioned in the past, although I've heard more information since, I'll reiterate. It obviously doesn't need to be a part of the motion or the scope in any way, but I would really encourage staff to keep an open line of communication with VTA. In general, the West Valley corridor of light rail is very important for them. They picture a lot of improvements that right now is the bottleneck in the system. And so I think they're glad to hear that we're thinking of these improvements. They're interested in improvements, and I think if you have the conversation, you'll find more open-minded than might be expected in terms of what's feasible. And so just the sooner we can all get working together and talking about that, I think better, because there's a lot of natural synergy with where we're already going. I think they'll be exciting, and probably, without making promises, I think can really work with us on this. So that's all I'll say for now, but really support seeing this go forward.
Elliot?
Yeah, I definitely want to ditto Vice Mayor Lopez's comments. I'm glad you brought that up. I want to double down on those comments. He's 100% correct in that. I'm glad that the pedestrian bridge has been, we're talking about that because I think that's, totally necessary. And it's just one small, well, I wouldn't say small, but very important aspect of ultimately what we're envisioning for that area. But I completely understand why you took it out for the moment. And I'm just happy to see that it's still being, or it looks to be addressed. And then, oh yeah, well, thank you, MTC. I appreciate, that money to help with this. This is going to be fantastic. I don't really have any more comments than that. Just very supportive of it.
No questions.
So I think this is exciting. Anything we can do to get people to be riding their bikes, to having multimodal corridor. Hamilton's a main street. There's so much traffic. I don't want to be on a bike out there. So anything we can do to improve the conditions for our multimodal transit is great. The fact that we are studying the bridge and all that, I don't know how you're getting across all those off ramps, but it'd be great to see that come back. So I'm totally supportive of this project, and I will entertain a motion.
I will move that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the release of a revised request for proposals for consultant services to support the development of the Hamilton Avenue Precise Plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Furtado.
Aye.
Councilmember Scazola.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Thank you. Yes. Do we want to, it's 10:35. Do you want to make committee reports?
Mine's easy. I got nothing.
Okay.
No reports.
Oh. Okay, Ann?
I just want to report that I attended the Cancer Society's Relay for Life opening ceremonies on Saturday.
And I will say, I also attended the Relay for Life on Saturday, and I was so impressed about how many people set up big tents and how many take booths there were there and raffle tickets, and it was quite a spectacular event.
Was it just on Saturday?
I went 24 hours, so it started at 10 o'clock on Saturday and went till 10 a.m.
Oh, I
on
see.
Sunday.
Oh, very
And
good.
people had big tents and people were
Wow.
going to camp out and
Yeah,
big groups where it was pretty exciting.
great.
All right, so I will adjourn the city council meeting to our August 8th, 2024 at 7 p.m. Right? Did I say that right? Okay. Thank you, everybody.